as things seem to be falling apart. Nice fire right back there. Germany getting a lot of kills, a lot of frags.
They got involved in this fight with Brazil and India. It looked like India might be wiped out, but Germany here helping them out momentarily, getting the knocks on a Sparking and LFP1. Vinny, spray just not quite there just yet. Needs to get warmed up a little bit. Haven not able to find a knock, but at least backing them off. Meanwhile, Loki has a knock onto Leo. Pongsker down, and all of Chinese Taipei is gone.
Yeah, with, I mean, circles like this, it's so hard to make these rotations, and especially with teams holding on to compounds such as Germany there on the northwest side of the map. I mean, the angle that they have is just ferocious. There is India tries to thread the needle between not only the Brazilian team to their south, but the German team to their north.
Well, I tell you what, you know, oddly enough, Korea has some room to maneuver if they can get to the hill.
Yeah.
That's the real question. Can they get that far? Is someone going to prevent Thailand and Japan from just bearing down on top of them and just lighting them up trying to cross this open hilly field?
I mean, looking at the Doritos on the map, it seems like Japan might be a little bit more fixated on Thailand than on Team Korea. So if they're able to provide some covering fire there and start to get into a skirmish with Team Thailand, their neighbors, that could give the Korean players the opportunity they need to start moving in. And I love that smoke, just barely finding enough soft cover to close the distance a little bit here. Still about 50 meters outside of the circle. They have to find their way.
The good news is here for Korea, I did see the smoke grenade launcher in the hand of an Onyx. Yeah. So they should be able to, I think, smoke their way in towards the bottom of that hill. Adam still alive for Canada, the sole survivor for the boys from up north, facing off against Team USA, their Southern North American brethren. No kills yet for America, but tons of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage.
Блин, голос-то изменен
Still
был.
a full four-man squad up, and should they be able to find Adam out in his hidey hole?
Oh, Pure Boy.
A lot of potential there is Pure Boy with a great spray on endurance.
What a push-up, but great response from Tandadol to get the knock. He should go down here to Sparking, but Sparking can't quite find just enough damage. Run AX trying to come in here and save Team Japan's life. Knows that there's a player right around the corner. Thailand gone through the combined efforts of Brazil and Japan.
Brazil just utilizing this high ground to the best of their ability now. They know that Denmark is also closing in. They have a hunch. Gonna try and find an angle here. That's Cliff going down. LFP1 is able to find him. He does get cleaned up. And wow, what a headshot coming in there on Nikito by Haven with the AUG. Is now Denmark is also feeling the wrath of a Brazilian team that's already racked up 6 kills.
They are rocking and rolling right now. Brazil is feeling it. Vinny spots out one. The grenade is perfect. Didn't even need it. The shots were good as well. Brazil is clearing out the southern side of the circle.
And now the top 4 has been decided. It's going to be Brazil, Germany, USA, and India here in map number 1.
Боже, и Китай улетел, и Япония улетела.
Southwest as we get a look at what Kickstart sees right now. He's going to try and shell the Brazilian team up on that hill who need to res LFP1 and work their way down into the southeast. But if they get their people within, they have a lot of terrain to work with.
Exactly. This is, again, the terrain appears slightly changed, but you can still see that it's Miramar. It's still Miramar. The essence of the map is still there. The hills, the ability to kind of find, you know, the leapfrog. You know, you go from one hill to the next. But let's see if Brazil can get this done. I mean, they've got the winner chicken dinner percent slightly in their favor. Germany, an edge-heavy team with that Ascend squad. You would fully expect them to just be all over that, and it's going to pay off this time as that compound was very much in this circle for a long time. This is something about India that I noticed in their VOD state is they're really good at salvaging points.
Yeah, I mean, they said in their interview that they're not going to come into this with a singular game plan. They're going to try to adapt to the lobby, adapt to the cards that they've been dealt. So that's unforgiven for you right now, just trying to hang on for as long as you can. Trying to just a couple more points for this team, as those points, at the end of the weekend, they are going to add up.
Exactly. And I love what we're seeing here, and it's unforgiven as well. So just imagine if he's able to pull out something special, but now he's been spotted by Brexco.
Ой-ой-ой, что он заруинился.
Like it might have been good, but not quite enough. A knock, though, didn't matter. Brexco got the grenade out in time, and India goes out in 4th.
Kickstart just a little bit late on that knock. The nade was able to connect. India is out, and now we'll see if these other teams are able to capitalize on Germany being down 1 man. You see LFP1 and Haven over here coming with a nade. That one was dangerously close close to knocking out 2 players in this split here that Germany's got. It's Chris on just a fraction of a hit point. Breaksco still needs to be rezzed. And now USA coming in on the lone position here of Micah. He's going to try and find his way into the circle and join arms with his teammates, but a lot of damage. The headshot. Shrimzy able to get the knock there on Mika's Germany. It feels like it's starting to fall apart right now.
What an absolutely nasty spray from Shrimzy. Disgustingly good there to get that knock in time onto Micah. Kowo trying to do what he can here. Coach having some in for Team Germany, but there is not much hope. They have to defend this shack at the top of the hill. Kickstart gets caught a little bit flat-footed by Vinny, taken down for the USA, who has their attention completely over towards Germany. Vinny wants to capitalize on that. He's already got one.
Yeah, he's gotten kickstart down. Micah falls to Snakers. Wow, great spray. Shrimzy continuing to pop up, gets another headshot there. That's Breaksco going down. Kowo as well. Germany with just 1 man left up. It is Chris reloading that AUG. He's got to find some way to make this work, but USA is popping off right now.
It's a 3-team snake. Each one is biting at each other's tail in a circle.
Ну, Бразилия пока хорошая позиция. А, нифига не хорошая, сверху его Германия душит, смотри.
To the likes of Germany, and USA has a little bit of cover on the edge, but they have to come in to this new circle. Brazil
он сверху вообще всем накидывает.
USA and the last player from Germany.
Yeah, I like the spread that Brazil's been able to establish here in the center of this next circle as USA and Germany both need to get in. And it might not seem like a lot of distance to cover there on the map, but considering the angles that Germany, Brazil, and USA are at, there's going to be a lot of crossfire coming in. It's going to be a precarious jump from one hill to the next. And here we go, Shrimzy and Snakers, they're getting in the vehicle. It's time to start rolling up, and we'll see if anyone's able to find an angle on them.
Ой, да он под Германию
еще подошел. Yeah.
Leaving H-Win there as an anchor to make sure that their back's clear. They're so close to getting to
О, все, вверх закрыли, кстати, сейчас идеально. Здорово, Саша. Сейчас неплохо. Один саппортит сверху, 2 подкатили.
Straight up 3v3 fight. Both teams with a 2-to-1 split as well. As he's sparking right there in the dead circle, he's going to try and find an angle to maybe flank Quins or find a top-down side onto Snakers. And Shrimzy as another spray comes in by Vinny, not able to connect with a killing blow there on H-Win.
Didn't matter though, sparking was good with the off angle, able to find the knock. Vinny trying to punish with the frag grenade, seeing if anybody's going to be trying to go for that res. Snakers caught.
Ой, как он обошел. Да, нормально, все хорошо, сам как. Все, Габелла.
All on to Shrimzy for Team USA. 7 kills in the bag. Watching the off angle here, sparking. Gonna come in and collect 2. Now come the stun grenade. Shrimzy pinned against the bad side of the circle, and it is going to be done and dusted. Team Brazil, a 12-kill chicken dinner to kick off PNC 2023.
Oh man, just meticulous play there in that final circle. They were able to wrap it up, find the perfect angles. It started out with fanning out and finding exactly what they needed to find to take down Team USA, and boy were they able to do it. 12 kills in the bag, 22 points in total, and what a start for this Brazilian squad here at PNC 2023.
And you can see how much this means to them. You know, again, talking to Sparking before this, coming into an international event, a lot of these players haven't had the opportunities to qualify for the PGSs this year. To get here now and come out with a win to start this out, to pick up right where they left off last year in 2022 PNC. It's Brazil squad firing on all cylinders.
Absolutely, man. Top 3 in the last PUBG Nations Cup in 2022.
Нормально,
молодцы. Explosive beginning here on Miramar. You
Сашка, у тебя как дела, Саш?
They worked as a team, the movement, the splits, finding the angles, using the circle to the best of their ability, and utilizing the new terrain there on Miramar to just rain down hellfire on Team USA. USA was looking so strong with back-to-back skirmishes coming in with so much damage.
Да, пойдет только со школы вернулся, красавчик. Здорово.
Exactly. It just was kind of, again, sort of this ring around the rosy that those teams were playing, and it looked like maybe USA was getting the better of it with that damage they were doing, some knocks coming through all around, but Germany getting shredded in the process. But Brazil had a moment to take a breath and then fan out and take control of the circle.
Brazil coming up on top here with a big win, but for Team USA, still going to be happy with
Здорово, Лех, я тоже со школы только, красавчик. Лех, ты что там, двойки получил?
With 7 kills in total. And also big props to Thailand. You know, they didn't get top 3, but 9 kills. I mean, they were fragging out
Признавайте.
They were doing a great job controlling those hill edges, just not letting anybody get in
without
at least taking a ton of damage along the way. So we got to give a lot of credit to Team Thailand for locking all that down. I would say that was the most expected game I've ever seen out of Germany, just holding down an edge. That is the Ascend style. They only drop via Damar if they could help it. The only reason they didn't drop via Damar is because the plane path just didn't afford it.
It was so far north.
Yep. And that's just the way they play. They're an edge team. That is all they know.
And they locked down a very good compound early too. The circle went a little bit too far outside.
Но пока хорошо Бразилия отыграла. Ну, я на Японию и на Китай поставил 2 купона. Котикс, привет. Еле успел. Сменку искал. Ё-моё.
You come in on the wrong angle and somebody's on the high ground with you and you have another team in front of you. That's oftentimes.
Когда мы уже будем там играть? За столько бабок. Знаешь, сколько там спонсоров надо, чтобы так продвинуться? И как играть надо? Здорово, кот, здорово. Да, жалко, что ничего не понятно. По-русски не нашел.
I mean, even from the beginning, we had kind of a hot drop,
and
then
it
seemed like there was fighting just all the way throughout. So, hey, you gotta like what you're seeing so far.
I mean, after the player interview, it felt like the action literally did not stop. There was like no moment to catch their breath. It was just everyone trying to rotate in with the next circle, with the circle after that. And there were so many players that had a vacate compounds that looked very good in the previous circle, but then their position moving into the next one was just absolutely deadly. And there were so many teams that found the crossfire, I feel. Even more so than we usually see on Miramar. I mean, traversing those stretches of terrain was such a challenge. But at the end of the day, Brazil was able to navigate it perfectly. 2.4k total damage.
На баге там уезжал, конечно, не уедешь туда.
Yeah, so, you know, Brazil here just doing a great job navigating the map. You know, not only is it the damage, but it's the maneuvering, it's the
Ой-ой-ой, двоих сбил минус просто.
And again, as you would expect, with this Brazil squad, a lot of the same players from last year. A lot of comfort, just like you're going to see with teams like Australia, teams like with UK.
И точки играют, заметили? Может, так показалось, что все? Двойку, как они двойку эту жмут вообще, жесть.
Honestly, not a bad game of Pubg.
Considering how poor the early game went for them, to be able to
китайцев даже не заметил, разнесли их как просто, не знаю. Сейчас глаза настроят, может, тогда будет нормально. Там посмотрим. Концовка такая неплохая была, конечно. Я смотрю точка, видите, всех практически точки коллиматор играет. Голограф вообще не видел. Ну, по крайней мере, когда я подключил.
Yeah, exactly. And I like the way that they're kind of feeling out the lobby here to start. They opted to...
Боже, Чина 22 кило сделал. А, тотал 12 очков, 12 киллов, нормально. Я, если честно, думал поставить купон на USA. Мне жена говорит, оставь на китаёс. Ну, думаю, ладно.
You're not going to complain about it. As a baseline, it's very good. And so if India can come through with a higher point game than that one, and
турки что-то вообще 0-0. Такое себе. Ну, Бразилия тапнула в первом матче, наверное, хорошо прям. Ну, как бы 12 киллов по факту на команду 4 человека. Не сказал бы, что много. По 3 килла.
Man of the match, LFP1, 5 kills, 705 damage.
Damage 705. Лёх, да мы лучше играем, братан. Красотка, у нее просто короткая стрижка. Это девочка, видите, с серьгами.
That was a big statement from them coming out in the one on Miramar.
Exactly. I love it. I mean, I'm so happy for these guys. You know, again, they really want to prove that, you know, their region is the best. They are very dedicated. Sparking in particular, always talking about it on his Twitter and things like that, just saying, you know, how much he wants to be the best, how much he wants to win. And you could see it right away after that game was over. There were hugs all around. They were just having a ball, man.
Yeah, they were hyped. That was a lot of energy. I mean, I could, if you took that out of context, it asked me, like, what is this? It's like winning the first match of the tournament. I mean, the energy was through the roof. That's like emerging as a champion right there. The amount of energy they have, and so if they have that good vibe going and they can continue to lift each other up with this positive energy, absolutely going to be a team to look out for, because PUBG oftentimes, it's not just a game of averages, it's also a game of momentum.
Да, конечно, они так хорошо этот USA заняли позицию, но как-то растянулись, мне кажется. Надо было более от вышки играть, в правую сторону душить вверх. А их крутанули, видишь, еще выше, и получается много сделали.
USA, Germany, and India rounding out the top 4 there.
What a great match. I barely even got to talk about like some of the new Miramar stuff. Like,
нормально.
I kind of alluded to the fact that that part of the map has changed. Didn't even get to talk about it because it was so just wall-to-wall action. So didn't even get to talk about zip lines. I don't know. Who cares? They're on the map. Well, maybe we'll find out later. Look at all those blue zone grenades thrown from Brazil as well. 14 blue zone grenades.
Не, офигеть, да? 12, 14, 14, 1, молотов и 14. Граната зона, вообще жесть.
Blue zone grenades are crazy, man, playing with those things. They're so good. Yeah, it's like a Molotov on steroids, basically, where you just absolutely can't shut down a position and create such a headache for your opposition. And if Brazil continues to find blue zone grenades in that quantity, oh boy.
They must have been picking them up off of bodies as they. That's the only thing I can think of.
Давай, давай, погнали дальше.
I don't know if I've ever seen like even like getting like the best loot of my life playing PUBG with like a.
Потом пап поиграем.
I don't think I've ever seen more than maybe 12 at best. Like that's.
I wonder how they're kind of ranking grenades. You know, in the team in terms of what they're picking up for their inventory, because maybe they prioritize blue zone grenades a little bit more than some of the other ones there, and that's part of the factor that's going into it. Because, you know, bag capacity, it is limited. You kind of have to pick and choose what you want, especially if you're picking up frags the way Brazil is. You know, they really, I feel like, could have probably chosen to have any kind of nade setup that they wanted with how many kills that they got.
Почему я не могу понять, на Твиче не могут сделать нормальное качество? Трансляция.
More open space on Miramar like that. With the rolling hills and those kind of things, you can really clear out some of those tougher angles, kind of flush players out.
Yeah.
I like it.
I mean, you think about a frag grenade on Miramar and how hard it actually is to connect with a perfect angle on a slope.
It's a really
Blue zone grenade, you have a lot more leeway.
Что, готово?
You might have a little bit less punch. You're probably not going to get a knock from it, but you can absolutely shut down a position if you're anywhere close to it.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I like what we're seeing. So, who knows? We'll see if that's more the meta. Didn't get to see any Panzerfaust. We heard mortars. Yeah. Didn't get to see them have much impact. So, I'm sure some fans aren't going to complain, but I think, you know, it is tough in those situations to find the time to really set up that border.
Руку, атак, потеть, сейчас все сделаю, сейчас все сделаю. Собрались!
Map setup or spawn setup where you had just one team hunkered down in one position for a prolonged period of time, which is really where the mortar kind of shines. So, you know, this time we're going back to Miramar. Second time of the day, we'll see if it's going to be another one of these maps where the circle just keeps bouncing and bouncing, and these players
базарят много. Еще непонятно для меня.
Or a dip or a compound and mortars come into play.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Сейчас будет код. Наверное, уже вот садятся.
Приготовились.
Я вебку свою убрал, чтобы не мешать, чтобы видно было нормально. Кот, кто сейчас, кто возьмет топ-1? Ну-ка, кот, давай. В этой катке. Вон, Тиглтон сидит, третий, хавает. Ням-ням-ням-ням-ням-ням-ням.
I don't want to give him the satisfaction, but he's pretty clever.
Что за тип, да? Вот он херачит, конечно, жестко. Смотри, смотри, вот так, а так, сейчас что-нибудь из кармана достану, еще похаваю, смотри. Смотри, опять что-нибудь. Так, что там похавать?
I love that. He's a Savan.
He's like the professor, yeah. And now he's got some, like, you know, TAs in Flood and Luke 12 that are learning the mortar.
They practice by day and they're in night classes at the community college later. Just really brushing back on that. What is it? A squared plus B squared equals C squared or some stuff like that.
That's what you need to know.
Oh man, I really put myself on the
Я,
line.
наверное, скажу, что сейчас... Блин. Давай, этот, Китай.
Unless you want to start trying to calculate
За Китай сейчас.
elevation too, but don't bother, guys. That's too much of a pain.
No, esports usually play with a 10 keyless keyboard, but maybe we'll see the numpad come back as you gotta punch in those numbers.
Oh yeah, you gotta do a little calculation on the side.
Load up Wolfram Alpha.
Германцы на германцев не похоже.
Oh man, if you guys, if people don't know,
это чисто армянин какой-то сидит. Вот это. Не громко, кстати, нормально стрим, не сильно орёт. Или наоборот громче сделать. Итак, сегодня у нас трансляция Pubg матч 2. Кто же победит, мы узнаем чуть позже. Наверняка это будут горячие каточки. Так что проживаем лайки, подписывайтесь на канал. Нормально, нормально, радио.
Did not see him in that corner, and that's UK out very early just from some clutch defense from Chinese Taipei. But I don't think that's something that you could see as a UK fan and be concerned about the performance for the rest of the event. That's kind of a one-off. I mean, it feels like basically every team has a start like that at least once in a tournament where you get caught off guard by some player in some.
Ну давайте уже, боже. Давайте катки, сидим, смотрим. О, Мирамар, смотри, грузится, летят. Сейчас включат. Лого. Белое лого. Соберись. Офигеть, вот они клавиатуры ставят, я просто валяюсь. Боком. Я так сильно боком не ставлю. Не, норм. Люблю суету, понял. У меня боком стоит, но не так сильно. Блин, хочу кронштейн под этот, под мониторы 2 штуки, чтобы в клавиатуру не упиралась ножки монитора. Ну, давай. Давай,
братан, давай, уже надо стреляться. И погнали!
Матч 2, чё, погнали, ребят. Суета, Мирамарчик. Моя самая нелюбимая карта. Ну, красивая, сука, сделали хорошо.
Moving from hill to hill, from dip to dip, trying to play the terrain to the best of your ability. It's a real test on Miramar, more so than any other map in PUBG, in my opinion. And we'll see if Brazil can, come out banging the same way they did in game number 1. That was so many kills, so many points on the board. They navigated that treacherous terrain perfectly, and they made the other teams punish for every single rotation.
Это же самое, когда играл Point Black на чемпионате Турции. Удобно, кстати. Понял. Не, у меня боком стоит, но не так сильно.
Man, I've been struggling to say your name today. I have no idea why. The first time I was trying to combine like Clinton and Paper Thin somehow, and it sounded like I had a speech impediment.
Yeah, you probably haven't called me Paper Thin in like 2 years. You're like, just keep calling me Clinton. Like,
yeah.
All right, this play path also not best for Miramar. A little bit shifted over to the east, heading towards Puerto Paraiso.
Чина вроде в сторону Пикада. Аргентина летит. USA. Да, на Пикадо летят. Смотри, Чина, Пикадо идет. О, Сузика на такое расстояние. Серьезно. Беги, лутайся. А, нифига не на Пикадо напали. А, это турки, подожди, турки, сейчас месиво. Да, Чина на Пикадо упала.
Trying to play a little bit of defense. Vietnam surrounding, swarming, trying to see if they can finish the job a little bit quicker potentially. Southern Circle touching the tip of Partona.
Сзади фон такой. Там как раз они там фига. Сейчас будет. Мутант. Коряк, о, вот это да.
It's a lot of potential for damage here. I'm loving the loadout
Ничего
here
нету
from
только.
Vietnam. Way more than what I'm seeing from Turkey.
And look at
О, 4 на 4, вот они плотно упали, конечно. Вот Пулик должен решать. Так у него головы нету. Калаш тоже ничего, нормально. 90 патронов. Подкручивает. Мушка сейчас будет, коряк, мушка. Сейчас даст инфу, даст инфу. Откуда? О, а что за херь? Откуда он знал, что он там будет? Что это такое было? Он его целенаправленно высматривал, 2000 дал в голову. Да, 1-1. Ой-ой-ой, минус. Аргентина подтянулась там сзади.
Trying to see what he can do. Vietnam's high sack. He wants the points. He wants the kill.
Да, до свидания.
And it is going to be Vietnam that is going to come out ahead. But it looks like they're going to lose duck juice to the cause.
Вьетнам выиграл. Нифига он ему голову жестко дал. Но Аргентина сзади подкинула, короче, вот эти пару тычек неудобных очень.
To come to safety, and I'm really watching that mini-map, waiting for Argentina to start to close in.
Он как будто знал, что он там идет, или он видел его. Может, просто мы в этот момент, как бы наша камера была в другом месте, поэтому так.
It's impressive you get that knock on the Clories, but then you don't have a lot to back the rest of that fight up except that M249.
Панцерфауст в багажник грузит. Да, в багажник закинул.
He's putting it in the car, of course. You guys should know if you've been playing the game. Again, if you've been away from the esports or the game for a little while, you can put equipment in the cars as well.
Главное, елочка.
That's why you're seeing him grab that Panzerfaust, shuffle it into the car. Translucent though.
Ой-ой-ой, приехал на лицо. Чё?
Finally able to find the hipfire
Плюс
shot.
килл.
I'm actually shocked that he made the hipfires work there. That was insane. Able to take down Translucent as Translucent was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Longskirt is waiting for him.
Не знаю. Единственное, я тот момент... Сейчас, подожди. Ну, типа, я предполагаю, что пока нам показывали другого персонажа, да, человека, который там где-то в доме был, его, этот, типа, его увидел, как он туда пробегал. Ну, как бы так. Ну да, экшен заруинил, согласен. Так он его чекал угол, потом поворачивал на него голову. И все.
And this is, yep, exactly. I love doing that.
Здорово, братья. So much fun. I mean, just imagine actually being that character.
Да-да, здорово, братишка.
Would be a blast.
Блин, как ездить первого лица вообще жесть. Острее.
Maybe in an extreme rescue situation. I've no clue.
Yeah. I think it sounds like something that would snap your neck when it picks you up.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah. Who cares? This is a video game. Exactly.
Все ржут, все ржут.
Ну
а что, Аргентина ног сделала, и те перепушили, и все. Причем он вовремя ему начали стрелять, он типа зажимал возле двери. А, возможно, может, он, видишь, не переключился. Ну так очень, конечно, со стороны смотрелось просто капец как. Таха, телеху, телекомнеку, сюмкюкуэ, качи-мочи. Нихуа, непонятно, очень интересно. Импортинг, хэфун. Такое себе. Бразилия опять полетела, что кем забирать?
A PNC title there, get his first international title. Now, obviously,
куда они летят? А, на гору это кемпы, наверное, забирают. Или мост закрывать, наверное, да, будут? Опа, сейчас будет этот.
Crossing paths, Honey Badger watching the Brazil parachuters. So it looks like Brazil will be able to get down safely, but does the UK have something to say about it?
Yeah, it looks like UK is actually hunting them right now with T-Bone coming in from that angle. Honey Badger
Пока
as well.
В этом матче по 4, да, килла получается? 4-4. Или что это показало?
See if they can find something to work with here against Team Brazil. Brazil, of course, the top dog right now with 22 points on the board. If the UK could
не знаю,
clean them up, get a lot of frags.
And this is pretty interesting, the way that Brazil is attacking this circle.
Типа патронов они вообще мало таскают. 162-19. Мне 300 не хватает. Так, Япония куда-то продвигается потихонечку.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice, and I wonder how much of that is them just trying to get in before it gets too clustered in terms of population density down on that south side, and how much of it is just them really wanting to frag out again in this game. Because, of course, the earlier you get into a circle in a position like the south where Brazil is right now, the earlier you set
Просто на
yourself
турике
into
задавить
opportunities
своего.
to actually
И ни
rack
одного,
up
это
a lot
вообще
of
габела
kills.
будет.
Right, you know, I like to play from the south to north on Miramar in this part of the map because it's all uphill. And so even though high ground is nice, you are afforded a lot of cover, a lot of ability to make mistakes, find angles, to reposition. And you can see here exactly, LFP01 is able to kind of stretch out a little bit, find some information. Australia did rotate in,
что ли, что там
just
да,
to the
да, да.
west of them.
Походу увидел.
It looks like for now Australia has settled up shop. Meanwhile, Germany doing Germany things. This will be the MO for them, folks. They will sit on the edge of the circle. In fact, one of their players is even on the Chicken Wing Island. Like, this is just.
Туркам не повезло. Второй раз они в той катке тоже слили. Да, 100%. Мы с запасом берем. Чтобы потом 10 раз не лутаться. Они, видишь, здесь раскида очень много берут.
I mean, of all maps, Miramar is probably one of the best ones to play edge because usually the pickings are very good. Being able to catch people on the rotation into the circle or just
4 тачки берут, чтобы закрываться. Что-то турки вообще, не знаю, вот. Так как турки играют, можно нам играть реально, кот. На турике. Тут они там 0 сделали, здесь даже ни одного килла не сделали. Да, ничего не хочу сказать, конечно, но что-то вообще... Может, сильно нервничают, перенервничали. А это что за... Я не знаю, что это. Заметил, что все в основном в коллиматор играют и точку? На, братан, ты чё? Ой-ой-ой. О, чувак, сейчас тебе это будет, кажется, было, нет? А, его прикрывает сбоку. Сейчас это Omen побежит, то сбоку его может. Калаш залетел еще раз.
I mean, the good news here for Chinese Taipei is no one else is really interested in this, even though it's a 2-2 split. And, you know, for now, Canada not going to overaggress unless, I would suspect, unless they find a knock. So, Savior, though, going to use these smokes to get back into the firehouse compound. And Leo going to move the vehicle to safety. Wants to keep these tires a little bit more fresh, if possible. Already lost one on their Bronco.
Ничего не сделали. А, они, короче, закрылись. Занимают позишн. В случае пуша, если их будут пушить. Оборонная позиция.
Pretty fair circle, all things considered. Leonis and a little bit south of it. So Chinese Taipei going to be very happy with this one, given their.
Что там, Великобритания, да, далеко?
Oh, who is fighting this?
Well, no, but look, they didn't all go on it.
Oh, huh.
Ну да.
I wonder if that's intentional or a mistake, if they're hedging their bets.
Yeah, I wonder. It's not often you see a 2-2 split with an emergency pickup like that one.
I am genuinely curious.
Так тут вариантов нет, тут душат сразу. Только и успевай ноги уносить, если успел. Слишком душные ребята играют. Но опять же, если завестись от позиции, очень. И дело случая. Зажим пошел, не пошел, еще что-нибудь. Но не успел уехать.
Korea have revealed their position, but luckily for them, not too many teams in position to really actually hammer them for this. So Korea is going to pick up a point and then work their way into the circle a little bit more secure.
And now here's things will get tricky for Team USA, man. Like.
Вообще, вот здесь с Японией самый нижний человек был, похож вообще на девочку был.
At least guarantee that they have 2 on the resort. They're going to try to drive these other 2 there. Germany, maybe Brazil having something to say about it. We'll see. As Kickstart and Shrimzy, newly minted teammates.
Таиланд.
Trying to see what they can do. Tanadol looking for revenge against Korea, but
Корея и Китай опять там рядышком друг с другом. Оба, Бразилия, как раз, смотрите, два топа. Сейчас что-то будет. Кто на кого привезет, называется. Ой-ой-ой, Корея сейчас Китай будет. Что вы деретесь? А, те уезжают к своему, кажется. Астрия что-то тоже перекатывается в сторону Китая, получается, да-да-да. В эти кемпы. И они сейчас могут Астрия приехать между Китаем и Японией застрять. Если они в эти кемпы едут. Боже, как ездить от первого лица? Это вообще, я смотреть не могу. Вот, смотрите. О, нормально. Вот сейчас справа они в Китай въедут. Либо влево в Китай и Японию. Не, смотри, уезжает. Хаешку, что делать? Он прям на них едет, хаешечку можно. Вот он, грейд. Почти. Минус. Ой-ой-ой, почти. Ой, минус 2 Китая. Лохи. Давай третьего высаживаем. Минус. О, боты. На кого я ставил? On this fight, but luckily for Team China, they're all under the hard cover of this building as the circle works its way to the northwest. Так они выжили, получается? Стерли, да? А, они стерли, получился. Получилось, разрезались. Да, все full 4 разрезали, забрали. Хорошо. Но все равно очень плохо приняли. Тачка на них просто едет, хаешку он через окно кидает. Я бы вышел, прям в лицо бы кинул им. Здорово, Дим, здорово. Гангету 2, видно, на хаешку прям в лицо бы можно было бы дать. Прям ух, подогрел бы, full kill был бы, хороший. Опа, Бразилия, Япония там повыше. Нормально, пока еще много еще типов. А эти все по городу катаются, что-то туда делают. Выживалка называется. У ребят выживалка. Хоть жара была уже, интересно.
Denmark, of course, they don't know that exactly just yet, so they got to play it a little bit close to the vest.
Буря. У нас новый модер. А он уже давно модер. Да. Он просто не часто заходит. Это же кот. Нет, это же основной модератор у жары. Дэна.
Maybe a little bit more than that. A little bit more. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's, as you said, it's not. It's like a bandage and an energy drink. Yeah, whatever.
Понятно. Лайк не забывай.
It's just annoying more than anything because you're like, I can't see anything for a little while, and it slows you down too. You can't move as fast in it, so it's kind of annoying in that aspect.
Yeah, but luckily for basically every team that was caught up in it, they were already holed up into a nice defensive position. So not too much opportunity lost as we see Brazil. On the minimap, actually rotating quite a bit, setting up another split. Meanwhile, USA is going to start working their way into the circle. I love how I'm calling this for Brazil when USA is on screen, and I switch to USA and Brazil comes on screen.
The observers are like just a step behind you or ahead of you. I'm not sure which it is.
We just got it flipped.
Yeah, your brain waves aren't quite in sync yet. We're working on it.
It's day one. We'll get there.
Day one, we'll get there. USA though, man, I'm a little bit sad for the USA because I loved that. Emergency pickup rotation they tried, but isn't going to really matter because they're going to have to fight for this. And Canada has a pretty darn good angle down on top of them. Keenan going to let loose with the grenade, knowing that America doesn't have much choice but try to drive into this. Now the grenade just a bit preemptive.
Да, вроде пока нормально, ничего не мешает. Пока стоит, все хорошо.
Driving back in the direction to support his team, he had flanked out
У Китая опять нормальная позиция, но в данный момент. Ой-ой-ой, иди сюда. Доедят, нет? Нет, не доедят. Подымут.
From this angle, it seems like no other team has an angle on that one, but the vehicles here for Germany are just in complete disarray. It's going to be very hard for them to
О, миномет, давай. Давай. Миномет даже взял, смотри, на турике. Дыши.
See if China can find some damage.
Take out your handy-dandy calculator.
No, they abandoned it. They're just setting it up preemptively.
Он не стрелял? Далеко.
I suspect that is to clear the
Ближе где-то на метров 50 и правее чуть. Можно было бы еще раз запульнуть. Все, они переключают такой интересный момент.
And reconsolidate at that warehouse, the beachhead that was set up earlier by that 1-3 split. Now into the circle, and that kind of makes the situation a little bit more difficult for the USA. If USA actually had won that fight, then suddenly they have some breathing room to get into the circle. But now they're going to have to
заметил, Бразилия в этой катке вообще еще ни одного килла не сделала. 22 просто как было, так и есть. Вьетнам закатил. Но они не в зоне, алло. Ой-ой-ой, он что, в опене в таком? Австрия Японию видит. Сейчас он его ошибется прям повыше и будет его. Вот сейчас нельзя. А у него в упоре сейчас, смотри. Опа, сюда иди. Тачка горит, брат. Уехали, да? Вьетнам Канаду проезжает. Высадка. О, одного высадили. Все, поехали, давай пока называется. Ну да. Да, это жестко. Куда они поехали на такой тачке? Вообще жесть. О, это что здесь сидит? Великобритания, что ли, да, была?
But H-Twin found the knock on to Keenan. Vard able to just barely heal through it. The molly didn't connect. The grenade bounces on the box and bounces over. T-Bone trying to do what he can. H-Twin stuck in the blue. Yeah, but has to go for a heal. Yeah, but USA they have to cross that road right now.
Вообще как он сейвится.
Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой.
Давай пока. Еще пока. О, все. Амеры улетели. Ой, да, надо уходить ему срочно. Сейчас в опене сейчас их закроют. Нет. Хаешка кидай. Хаешки 3 есть, кинь хаешку. Да, потом мясо ест, да. Так они по одному поехали просто. Иди, первый, второй. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Сейчас хаешка хорошая будет. О, а этих Бразилия душит. Ну это вообще, это такие бутеры просто. 5-я фаза, алло. Does not feel good. Canada trying to load up and move out. Pure Boy now gets clipped. This protracted fight with Denmark is still going the way of Team Japan. Kane now going to get involved. Has the knock onto Kino. Denmark struggling here. Only one on their feet, and it's Beamy and forget it. Team Japan does a great job boxing out Denmark.
And Kane so far today with the DMRs.
Опа. Хорош. Япония, посмотрите, 10. Отлично. Давай, я что зря купоны ставил.
Vietnamese player going down as Brazil is going to try and find their way into the circle. Luckily, they do have a crate for hardcover and some loot right there on the edge.
Taipei just making everybody's lives difficult on this eastern edge. Just able to kind of turret from their position. Brazil, marvelous patience here in this game state. They're doing a really good job just finding their moments to kind of pick and prod and kind of dissect the teams around them.
Yeah, Canada finally getting eliminated there from that warehouse. Chinese Taipei in the UK just a little bit too tough as neighbors to deal with. And now for the UK, it's going to be lights out as they get eliminated. Chinese Taipei and Brazil just absolutely cornering everyone near that warehouse. No survivors.
Feels like they've got a monopoly on the east side right now between the two of them. Zalman gonna go down to Savior, the IGL for India. In a bit of trouble. Unforgiven trying to do it again, but this Taipei position, dude.
It's so good.
Yeah.
They just had the high ground on. It feels like basically
покажите карту нормально. Бразилия душит Вьетнам. Хаешечка сзади хорошая. Еще хаешечка. Не, ну это... Боролся как тигр, смотри. Давай, 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 давай. Может... Ой-ой-ой, кто-то там ему помогает. На! Ой, он увидел его. Севе? Чина подтягивается. Давай, 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 пока там разрезываются. Ну, нарисовал прям будто он там. Капец, конечно, да, да. Опа, Япония в бутерброде, смотрите. Теряют, теряют. Что творит, что творит? Корея там закидывает. Не особо хорошая позиция. Просто в опа не считаю. Да, душа, душа сзади. Сзади подкидывают. Смотри, лачину этого верхнего. Он сейчас уснет, братан. Смотри на него. Братан, рот закрой, мухи залетят. А этот просит бургера похавать по-любому. Дайте бургер, говорит. Ой-ой-ой. Как он не прошел? Ну, корейец, корейец. Вот это я говорю, на девочку похож. Вот. Смотри, вот с этого вида. Ой-ой-ой, смотри, сейчас хаешечка бомбовская будет. Грейт, 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 все, до свидания. Как? Тачка, тачка, тачка. Опять нокнул. Сейчас толкнет, толкнет. Да нет, Габела. Да хилься, боже. Его тачка нокнула. Два нока. Аргентина просто... Корея, Корея. Chinese Taipei continues their overwatch of this circle, just doing damage to everybody. Brazil has been eliminated in 7th, but still another strong game from them. 5 kills and a placement point. They are not going to be disappointed with that. Забрали у него этот килл. Бразилия выбыла, кстати. Капец, да-да-да. Просто над компасом месте еще тачка передавила. О, в полете воткнули. Корея, Корея что-то здесь душит прям. Чина еще один остался. Я не знаю, как Чина живет там. О, на него кинул, смотри. Ему бы еще пару киллов сделать по-любому. Жесть. Бум.
We're gonna have to go into the Dragon's Nest, and I guarantee that every single team in the lobby is very aware of Chinese Taipei's position. They've been the thorn in the side of everyone.
Опа, опа, голова прилетела сюда. А какая голова? Тело прилетело. Больше пол хп забрал. Седьмая фаза, просто седьмая фаза. Это вкатывать надо. И пикаются, седьмая фаза под синькой стоят. Я не знаю. Жопа на самом деле. Ой, свой же дал, смотри. Свой дал. На, еще опять живет. Смотри, смотри. Палит. Ля крыса палит.
But Korea just in a commanding position here on the western side of this circle, and they should have a good position in the next circle as well, unless they get flushed out by this one. And Chinese Taipei, finally, the blue is closing in. They got to make a run for it.
You got to hope that this is going to be a brawl between Argentina and Chinese Taipei if you're a Korea fan, and indeed it kind of is, but it's actually Seoul who's going to find one, and finally Pongsker able to get it under control at the barrel, finds another. Now Anonix springing into action, uses the opportunity there to take down Rossiter Jr. with Heaven. Leo under pressure from Germany in this shack. Seoul here trying to take some space, trying to find some damage. It is absolute madness. Chinese Taipei out.
What a great affair for them, though. 11 points in total, as they definitely made that position, paid dividends for the duration of this game. But now finally the top four. We have one man up for Germany, one for Argentina, one for China, and a full four-man squad for Team Korea.
Задушили 100%. Смотри, китаец сидит один. Ну-ка, ну-ка, ну-ка. Все, минус. Съели.
Team China, 2 players remain, 2 teams remain. Let's see if
посмотри. Хапанули воздуха, короче. Все, пошел. Сейчас их сзади будет. Опа, все, задушили. Поймали этот воздух, когда все, ты понимаешь, что ты уже лидер. Когда залетает.
What a performance, 12 kills,
да.
And you can see a huge celebration from Anonix, knowing the importance of that moment.
What a momentum-building moment here.
А на кого я поставил? Сейчас посмотрим, на кого я поставил.
And I gotta say, Paper, then I could feel this stadium shaking.
Не,
The fans absolutely loved every minute of that. They know about Korea's struggles in the Pubg Nations Cup, the history.
Я на них поставил. Я почти ошибся, видишь? Китайцы и японцы, короче. Нормально, давай дальше. Нормально. Вдруг будет что-то.
A phenomenal performance as nearly the full four-man squad able to survive and emerge victorious here in just the second match of Pubg Nations Cup 2023.
And you can see the Danawa coach, Sonic, the coach for Team Korea, coming up there, big smile on his face. A great game for Argentina here. I don't want to take anything away from the way they played in that game. They were absolutely incredible here, making a really strong statement.
Но я, короче, на узкоглазых на Китай, а в итоге Япония забрала.
From the middle of the pack, so that is something you love to see from this Argentina squad. Doing a great job controlling that northern side. Never really falling under that damage curtain that Chinese Taipei was putting out, and able to survive long enough to find that second place finish.
Yeah, they were able to get a lot of really good 3Ps there, especially when other teams were trying to rotate around them just because of the chaos caused by Chinese Taipei. And for Argentina, oftentimes it almost felt like they would hear Chinese Taipei shooting out and be like, okay, this is also our time to peek over the edge, get some damage done. They rack up 9 kills for their credit and move all the way up into 3rd place. But wow, what a clinic from Chinese Taipei for what felt like the majority of that game, getting 11 kills. But still, the fact that Korea at the end of the day was able to pick up 1 more than them, getting an even dozen, 12 kills, considering how much damage Chinese Taipei had from that top spot, it's just incredible.
Yeah, no, I really agree. I mean, Korea kind of waited it out, played the edge of the circle really nicely, and was able to get through there in the end in kind of typical Korea fashion, just sort of finding the right moments to take their strikes, you know, finding good grenades, finding good damage, never really overextending, overplaying their hand. And that is something that absolutely the Danawa team in particular is well known for.
Yeah, they were very quiet, very conservative through a lot of the mid-game, just kind of taking the easy battles when they could. And then finally, when the final circle came in, they just absolutely dominated that position. They had the northwestern side of that circle on lock. They played the terrain to perfection. They knew these other teams had to make very perilous rotations to even get into the circle, and Korea just gave no one an opportunity. And as a result of that, with the top 4 teams, it was a 4v1v1v1 basically.
Yeah. And you can see the communication is good here for Team Korea as well, right? Like the way that they're maneuvering off of each other, the way that they're clearing space, identifying targets, and eliminating them was top-notch. Now, of course, this started out with Vietnam winning their drop against Turkey. You know, tomorrow we're done with Miramar for today. Will that hot drop continue? We'll have to see, but an explosive start here on our first look at the new Miramar and Pubg Esports.
Слушай, ну так-то ты с выражениями осторожнее, да? По поводу этих узкоглазых имеешь в виду?
Even more so than other PUBG events that I've seen. I mean, you can really tell that every single team here is doing absolutely their 100% best. They want to bring home that trophy. They want to represent their nation and deliver that national pride. And the momentum just feels so high right now for Team Korea coming.
Никого не хочу обидеть, все нормально. Все мир, дружба.
What a way for it to happen too, right here in front of the home crowd. Such a strong region throughout PUBG esports history, and further cementing their legacy is South Korea. Argentina, Chinese Taipei. China had a really good game here too. I thought they were maybe going to third party that Brazil kind of knock where they took those hay bale stand thing, whatever that is, and then they backed off of it. I think they realized that it was going to be a little bit too much to get up that hill and get those kills.
Yeah, it was a dangerous position for them. You know, maybe if they were able to make that rotation
А то приду, сейчас меня запинают толпой.
When you get to those late game circles, though, where it feels like every good position has already been fortified and entrenched by teams like Korea, like Chinese Taipei.
Нормально.
It's a very difficult hand to be dealt. But China, to their credit, they played it very well. They got 6 kills in total, racked up a lot of points. But man of the match, it's gonna be Seoul, living up to his name here in Seoul, Korea. 864 damage, 4 kills, 4 knocks, just.
Не, ну катка такая неплохая, да, была?
The hometown hero. Coming up, big damage, big kills, and the namesake of this wonderful city here, just absolutely, he's been incredible all year. Just period, end of story. You know, this guy has such a tremendous upswing in PUBG esports history. He was kind of on some middling teams for a while, made a big splash back in 2019 with Media Bridge Squared. As an individual performer. Now he stepped up, not just as an individual performer, but as an IGL for his team as well. But still, Brazil is going to be leading the way.
It feels like even going back to the early PWS, Seoul always was one of those guys that was just fantastic with a gun. But now
Блин, жарко стало как-то.
He feels so much more well-rounded. The game sense feels a lot better. And he's just got that killer instinct to absolutely deliver MVP performances here for Korea. And if he keeps it up, Korea might not just be looking at a top 3, but they might be looking at a championship here in PNC when all is said and done at the end of this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine? And for players like, you know, Onyx and Loki. I mean, Loki's won some titles, and Onyx never has, you know, at least internationally. Domestically, sure, but, you know, the players like him and Heaven, who's had a standout performance, you know, earlier with Ghibli at PGS1, now with V7. Look, these guys all...
Как там, паникер, здорово. Да, нормально пока. Интересно, смотрю, кайфую. Вот ребята смотрят тоже со мной.
Strong start. Love what I'm seeing from them. Having an absolute blast here. So take a look at this final circle. Germany pinned on the bad side of this one, but Germany's kind of doing some good work here, getting deep into the games. Yeah, they're not racking up a ton of kills, but they're really always in it towards the end.
Yeah, playing the edge of the circle has worked so well for them here in these first 2 games that I wouldn't be surprised if they just continued with that as their MO, even though it didn't net the highest number of kills so far. Still getting some placement points for top 3, and you know the kills are going to come eventually, but this position that South Korea had was just so phenomenal with a 4-man squad, just able to fan out at the top of that hill, rack up the kills, and I feel like they basically got every single kill in that final circle. I don't think they missed a single one.
And they almost outdistanced traveled Germany, which is not an easy feat. I'm going to tell you guys right now that trying to outdistance that Germany team is tough because they are all over the map. They're all, you were talking about, all over the edge. That is the way this team is going to play, period, end of story. They will, I'm telling you right now, that's just the way they do things. That's how they operate. That's how they think. That's what makes them so fun to watch. But again, the damage here really high for Argentina. Right on the heels of Korea, just kind of got caught up in the mix there on that eastern side, whereas Korea had the full western edge under their control.
It feels like Korea just controlled the western edge, Chinese Taipei controlled the eastern edge. When the circle moved all the way to the west, Korea's like, okay, this is our time. We're not going to drop the ball, and they absolutely didn't. But yeah, just racking up so many kills, and I can't underestimate or understate exactly how explosive this arena felt when they were coming in for those final knocks to get the victory. It was...
Understate it?
I can't understate it, no.
You didn't even realize you did that,
I didn't even realize, no.
All right, we have an interview with Bella coming up, so let's throw it down to the stage and get the interview.
전 세계 펍지 e스포츠 팬들을 위한 축제 PNC 2023. 안녕하세요. 호스트 벨라, 아나운서 동수항입니다. Hello to everyone all around the world. This is the festival PNC 2023. I'm your host Bella, and welcome back. It's nice to see you all again. 이제 현장은 관객분들의 뜨거운 열기로 인해 엄청 후끈후끈 달아올랐는데 여러분들의 성원에 힘입어 PNC가 벌써 세 번째 시즌을 맞이했습니다. 이 PNC 세 번째 시즌인데도 새로운 얼굴들이 있다고 하는데요. Thanks to all your support, PNC is now on its third season, but this time we have some new faces joining us for the game. So first up, we're gonna have Team India's Translucent join us for his first ever PNC interview. 제일 먼저 팀 인도의 트랜스루센트 선수부터 인터뷰 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Alright. So 처음으로 PNC에 참가하게 된 소감 그리고 뭔가 인도가 왔다라는 자기 소개부터 좀 들어볼까 하는데요. Let's have like a self-introduction moment to say Team India and me. Translucent is here. Yeah.
Hello guys, we are Team India. Like we are the new PUBG. I would like to say region if we get the chance next year, which I'm pretty sure we will after our gameplay, after you watch gameplay.
Я на случайно поставил США. Но я тоже думал сначала на них поставить, честно говоря, потом поставил на китайцев и японцев. Зато в PUBG сейчас немного спокойно. Ну да, кстати. Тишина и спокойствие. Сейчас я на телефоне позвоню.
What do you have, like, what do you hope to accomplish as Team India?
We are looking at a top 5 finish at best, but anywhere in the top 8 would be like good for us. That's what we are.
처음 참가하는 만큼 어디든 뭔가 결과에 상관없이 만족을 하고 온 것만으로도 기쁘다고 너무 긍정적인 답변을 해줬네요. 그러면 뭔가 저는 이 이름을 듣자마자 뭔가 투명성? 펍지에서 투명성은 별로 안 좋은 것 같은데 이 닉네임을 고른 이유가 좀 많이 궁금했거든요. So when I first heard your name, Translucent, I feel like that might not be the best goal plan. So I want to ask, how did you come up with that name?
I think it was like early, like I was gaming in my early days. Like I saw it in my science book, I think. I wrote it in like a game. I think it was NVIDIA online, I think. But I couldn't get the name, so I added 3 instead of E.
Okay. 이게 과학책에서
Что он там несет? Эй! Первое место по тоталу считается? Или победы в катках? Блин, наверное, победы... Да нет, там, наверное, по киллам. Или победы в катках. Общее, мне кажется, все это связано, нет?
Thank you for all your support to all the fans watching us at home, and thank you to all the Indian fans watching us right now on Hindi stream and Sky Sports stream. धन्यवाद.
팬념맛이 인도어로 이제 고맙다라는 건데 이제 보고 있어서 응원해줘서 감사하다고 하네요. 네, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck to the rest of the tournament. All right, thank you. That was Team India's Translucent for the first ever interview. 이렇게 PNC 처음으로 참가하게 된 트랜스루센트 팀 인도부터 만나봤습니다. 저희는 잠시 후 매치 3으로 돌아올 테니 어디 가지 마시고요. We're gonna be back with match 3, so don't go anywhere.
Давай, давай. Погнали. Третью каточку сейчас будет. Бразилия вперед. Ну да, она в первой катке 22 килла сделала, топ-1 заняла. Ну, пока что этот Корея, видишь, победила во втором матче. Зачем они это делают, перемотку, типа? Как развивалось событие, что ли, или что это? Наверное, да, быстро. Блин, да давайте уже. Хочется третий матч, алло.
Итак, внимание, во втором матче победила Корея, в первой Бразилия. И сейчас ждем матч номер 3 на Таега, на моей любимой карте. Кстати, и 4 викенда. Вообще, офигеть, сколько матчей, да, сегодня? Нормал. Всем приятного просмотра, хорошего настроения. Не забывайте прожать лайк. У микрофона EvilRoM.
Еще качество такое беспонтовое, конечно, сделали бы получше. Первый день, а уже экшен. Смотрите, 6-й матч, 5-й, 2 Эрангеля будет. Таешка вообще с АВДшками интересно будет. Кстати, писка нету, никакого звука, ребят. Вот я сейчас вот так сделаю, звука нету, нормально, как раньше. Вот это помех. Все хорошо, все отлично. По идее, я проверял, у меня все отлично было. А у вам как это слышится? Нет помех? Паникер, как дела у тебя? Как убрал? А я купил же себе фильтр звука, получается. Такая штучка, блочочек, в нее с двух сторон составляется AUX. А посередине блочок этот блочок убирает помехи. Вот, да, нормально вроде звук. Все отличненько, отлично, спасибо, ребят. Вот эти помехи, вот эти как раз искажения там с материнки, которые выходы идут, вентиляторы, там, не знаю, блок питания, вот эти вот. Она, ну, съедает, глушит, получается. Все норм, значит, отлично. А то она очень людям на нервы действовала. Так, тишина такая и такой... Че, ребят, чем занимаетесь, кроме как стрим? Где стрим смотрите? На работе, дома на кровати, за столом? Че? Ну-ка рассказывайте. Пока у нас такой перерывчик. Давайте пока перерыв я вам врублю. Сижу здесь, кайфую, видите, если с вами наблюдаю. Здорово, всем привет, ребят. Фигачево. Пока я просто ее убираю, чтобы она не мешала вам наблюдать. Я думаю, здесь будет более правильно. Я еще всякую эту дичь поубирал там. Так что такие дела. Голди, привет. Так, Бразилия на первом, не понял, они уже слили. Почему? Бразилия же в первом матче первого выбрала, во втором матче Корея выиграла. Это же этот, здесь быстрый повтор идет, как была в ванне. Нормально в ванне. Надеюсь, там ничего не делаешь плохого. А шучу, я шучу. Я тоже в ванной там умываюсь, зубы чищу, еще что-нибудь. Или на толчке люблю какую-нибудь трансляцию посмотреть. Не понял. Не, Бразилия будет первая. Вот они, видишь, сейчас Бразилию убили, показывают. Все, они выбыли в этой катке. Это первый матч Бразилия победа, второй матч Корея ведет. Дома на кухне спагетти и тефтельки с острым соусом, чай налил, конфет взял. Всем приятного аппетита и тебе, кот, приятного. Кот, ты какой-то странный кот, хотя коты все едят. Приятного аппетита. Кстати, бы тоже что-нибудь бы похавал. У меня есть... Я вчера на природу ходил, немножко с женой и с отцом. Мы на рыбалку поехали, половили немножко рыбку и немножко осталось мясо жареное, можно похавать. Реклама, реклама. Сейчас начнется, вебку выключу, пойду разогрею, похавать тоже буду кушать. Да, да, Голди, шутник такой. Шуточки, шуточки, 18+. Вау. Остин Мартин. Спасибо, на здоровье. О, да ну нафиг, нифига себе, когда я зубы сушит. Дед валит моребоком. Нормально, нормально, все good, сейчас перевернулись такие. Эксперты. Опа, показывают, как проехать. Ну, понятное дело. На природе это здорово, да, по кайфу. У меня есть... Откат есть. Сейчас. Ну, правда, речка грязная, но мы... Да, так. Видно, да? Давай, приятного, спасибо. Да, сейчас пойду разогрею. И вот такой откатик. Вот так поближе сделаю. Вот такой. Пару шампуриков, килограмм там 100, кажется, взяли, пожарили нам на троих. Вот так. Так, надо пойти в натуре разогревать, пока матч, чтобы с кайфом сидеть и смотреть. Сейчас подойдем. Давай, пока реклама. Все, ребят, берем то, что нужно.
And welcome back, everybody, to PNC 2023, live here in the Sangam Coliseum in Seoul, South Korea. Nice little picture there of Yoido, in case you were curious what that scene of Seoul, South Korea was there. One of the famous business districts here in our wonderful city, a nice little island kind of out there on the edge of the city, right across the river from us, more or less. And a really iconic city view. Tons of them here in Seoul because it is a gigantic city.
That's massive, absolutely massive. And you know, Seoul, not only a beautiful city, but a fantastic PUBG player as he led his Korean team to their first ever chicken dinner at the PUBG Nations Cup and catapulted Korea to the top of the rankings here as we get ready to head into match number 3 today.
Notix there having a laugh with his teammates. And you can see that this Korean team definitely looking to get the job done. And like you stated earlier,
yeah. Oh boy.
Like you said earlier, you know, maybe the missing piece of the puzzle here was those chicken dinners for Team Korea.
Could have been. I mean, you get what, top 4 finishes in 2 different Pubg Nation
Так, что тут?
Cups.
О, у нас тоже есть свое место, там речка тоже не чистая. Мясо ставим, выпить чего. Пока туда-сюда уже и нормально. Ну да, вообще пока. Да блин, мы вчера такие сидим с женой, думаем, что делать? Такая погода, и не жарко, и не холодно. Говорю, погнали. Давай, говорю, отца еще возьмем на речку. По кайфу. Север, привет, привет, здорово.
Здорово, братья.
Не знаю, это круто, не знаю. Лето, отдых, это вообще прям по кайфу. Ох, сейчас буду подкреплять шашлычок, ребят. Отвечаю, пока разогреваю, уже слюни текут. Ё-моё.
Of PUBG esports. We saw Thailand on screen a little bit earlier. Not a bad day for them in a way. 9 kills in that first game. That second game, one of the, I think, 5 teams that got a donut in that last game. Or no, they didn't. They got 2 points. I'd take it back. They had 2 kills. But still, there were 5 teams in that previous game. India, Denmark, USA, Australia, and Turkey with 0 points. Of course, Turkey just getting shut out early.
Yeah.
USA there, man, again. I'm so disappointed that their kind of tricky rotation there didn't work out. It was so cool, so well thought out.
Yeah, the circle just didn't really go their way. And I mean, oftentimes you can bounce back from a circle that's a little bit too far out there, but luckily for them, they had to go into the entrenched positions of, if memory serves, it was like Chinese Taipei was on the hill, Canada was in the warehouse across the street, and then you had...
Корейцы затащат, и я на них ставил. Понял, у меня корейцы и китайцы. Ух, ребята, я просто не могу не показать эту красоту, а? Просто смотрите. Ай, кайф. Всем приятного тебя. Отключаюсь. И приятного просмотра. Не, ну это просто... Ням-ням-ням. Север, корейцы в катке затащили.
Considering where the pieces were on the board.
Exactly.
Здорово, Спейс, привет. Здорово, Серега.
Wearing a Sonics hat, also wearing a Ghost Gaming jersey. That is a throwback if I've ever seen one. Somewhere Hypoc is smiling, seeing that Ghost Gaming jersey.
Бомба, бомба, бомба.
I still really impressed with a lot of the teams and a lot of the ways that they're approaching this event here with some of the new kind of features and things like that, but now we have one of our newer maps.
Вкусно тебе, да. А тебе тоже, наверное, вкусно, братан. У тебя тоже ничего себе там спагетти с тефтельками. Это очень вкусно. Особенно если еще подлива есть вообще. Пальчики оближешь. О, лаваш пропитанный, блин, мясом.
Pubg Nations Cup 2023 is going to be a little bit crazy because we have Tego, as you said, which, although we have seen it before, it's still a little bit unsolved.
Осталось только, чтобы они начали.
There's some creativity to be explored there from all teams, but then we're going into Vikendi, which is just a complete wild card after this one. It's the first time it's going to debut here. Professional PUBG.
На себя? Да я так и думал. Я сначала подумал, что ты на меня поставил. Понял? А потом думаю, да нет, Спейс на меня не поставит, на себя по-любому. И на всех. Красавчик. Я ж миллион купонов там. Можешь себе позволить.
I mean, surprisingly, the defending champs, the UK, only 2 points on the board so far after 2 games. They got to start picking up the pace, and some other teams down there near the bottom, such as Vietnam, although they did get 4 kills in that last match, haven't really been able to show up to fans' expectations.
Тут у нас, короче, обедик идет, и мы смотрим прямую трансляцию по PUBG турнир. В первом матче 22 килла забрали бразильцы. Это на Мирамаре, да, вроде был? Не, Мирамар вторая карта. А, и там Мирамар, кажется, было. Во второй катке японцы забрали. Победит кто-то один из них, это точно. Ну, посмотрим, не знаю. Не уверен, но на них двоих поставил я. 2 купона было, 2 поставил туда и туда. Спасибо всем, ребят, за лайки. Напоминаю, кто еще залетел, кто кушает, всем приятного тебя.
Taego, the home, you know, the map that's based in South Korea, in front of the home crowd fans. I think if I remember correctly as well, Taego is supposed to be on Jindo. I don't know if you know. I don't remember. I think.
Wait, where's Jindo?
It's like way on the southwest corner. It's an island. It's like a big island on the southwest corner. Yeah.
Huh.
I'm not exactly sure if that's true, but that's what I thought somebody told me. But hey, whatever. We are ready for Taego. Game number 3 here at PNC 2023. Brazil leads the way.
Все, полетели.
Korea right behind. Let's get into it.
Я на Корею и Китай ставил. То же самое. Вот. Пока они летят. Сейчас покажу. Ну,
all right, let's get started
вот,
here on Taego. First and only time we're going to see this map here today. So a lot of points up for grabs. And this kind of wild card map is we're sandwiching both this and Vikendi right in the middle of all 3 days here at the PUBG Nations Cup 2023. And as Paper Thin was saying earlier in the show,
бразильцы тоже ничего выдают там.
At the end of this weekend, it might be
Мне понравилось.
on which teams perform the best
Перекаточки
on
еще 22 кило настреляли.
They are the most new here in the professional PUBG scene. And let's see exactly what these teams have in store for us on the first showing of Taego at PNC 2023.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Again, there might be hot
Ну да,
drops.
Север, такое бывает.
Heard that there was still potentially some contention of Yongchon, actually. So really curious to see
как я, да, Север?
if that will materialize. We will see. You know, there are some center positions that may or may not get contested.
Yeah, I'm watching the drop, and I'm not seeing anything too hot just yet. For a second, I thought Denmark and Chinese Taipei might be gunning at each other, but it seems like Taipei is breaking off to the north, Denmark down there to the south. But it seems like it might be a little bit more of a quiet game.
Yeah, boo! No, nobody's hot dropping. No, they probably shouldn't. It's probably for the best. But actually, this time around, because of the plane path, it looks like Korea, I think, is going to be going to Yongchon.
Давай, Ром, добивай подписчика. Добиваю, Кирилл.
My assumption is that should be theirs. Palace going to
Да,
be USA.
СФС вроде разобрался. Вроде что-то там в драйвере понаклацал. Вроде пока пропало. Не знаю, там уже будем смотреть. Ну, с Богом. Кот, за кого сейчас, Кот? Давай рассказывай, Кот, за кого сейчас болеешь? Не такие, как ты. Круче. Ники, неймы, да, никнеймы.
Loki's gonna use the glide. Where did he get the gas for this? Do they start
он взлететь не может. Смотри, он что баран. Кого берут на турика, он взлететь не может. Что творит? Локи.
So,
Боже,
he's actually going to be able to take this all the way to Yongchon. This is phenomenal. This is a really creative use of the glider. Yeah, why not?
Его просто смеются, короче, люди. Даже просто я вообще валяюсь.
Such an absolutely brilliant player.
Дайте ему этот. Накура, брат. Дай ему уроки по полетам.
I know a lot of these pro players never use that thing, but yeah, I'm a fan. I love that gun.
Режет FPS? Я что-то это видел, это у Колотуна ты писал.
I swear.
We're busting out all the vehicles here for Team Korea. We got the mountain bike.
If he sees this,
это я так летаю?
Loki's, excuse me, Soul is just
Накура нервно вышел из чата после увиденного полета.
Solo player, they caught this, I think, in the parachutes. I think they noticed this.
Yeah, perhaps.
They want to try to punish.
Привет, ребят. Так, смотрим дальше, смотрим.
It's very quiet. Listen, it's right on your heels. And Nonix is also coming in. Looks like he has a DMR.
Чё там туда-сюда двигается? А, нифига, так он видит, кореец, видит его. Пойду скатаю пару каток, давай. Скатай.
Roster Jr. completely unaware.
Already has a 2 vest and 1 helm. But man,
окружили корейцы. 2 в 1.
An AUG and I believe a Mini 14 with a 4X.
Там он уже кричит: пацаны, меня это окружают.
Yep, they've got the angles covered. And Onyx here,
Побежишь, в open. Сейчас они его прикроют.
Yep, they're gonna wait until they've got him out in the open. But he might be able to get out just fast enough that they can't do anything about it.
This angle is perfect for Razated.
Yeah,
it's just it's the only blind spot.
Я уже говорил, так как турки играют, 2 катки, 0 киллов, 0 убийств, и сразу они первые отлетают с фулл командой. Нам тоже можно было участвовать. Волнуюсь просто, конечно. На кону бабки.
Trying to probably control that bridge. It's a
Во, турки едут.
I don't know how to explain this. A double-decker bridge, I guess.
Okay.
For lack of a better word, right?
Yeah.
There's an underpass
Представляешь, как
and an
турки,
overpass
как дадут.
on that bridge. So it's kind of makes it a little bit more forgiving as far as bridges go in PUBG to rotate across it.
Meanwhile, Turkey making their rotation in right now. About dead center on this circle, if I'm not mistaken here. Thailand and Korea right at their doorstep, and Turkey had a pretty rough start in the first 2 games of this series.
Это острое перемещение куда-то, вот видят, но видят, он лег просто. Ну правильно делать, потому что у него вариантов нет, его сейчас сразу закроют. Следующий турик надо идти. Ага. Пойдешь со мной, Север?
International events.
Oh,
Australia though, oh boy, Imhawk Kane.
Опа, жара.
Ready for this. Imhawk not able to find the opening spray, but it is going to be Wakikamukau taking down Kane.
Nice spray right there with that AUG.
Понял, льет. Вы чё, пацаны? Ты чё сутулишься?
He just had no chance. Okay.
О,
Barely
боги.
able to get him. 11 HP. That was a valiant defense there by Imhawk, considering the angle that he had to deal with.
Минус 2 сделали. От троих, боже, даже ни одного не перестреляли.
Yeah, the 2-2 split gonna be punished this time by Australia. Some much needed points.
Жесть, ну чё так на пустом месте бараны слились?
Sneaking in behind this. And this is the interesting thing about the way that Germany.
Смотри, Корея и, получается, Бразилия всего лишь вот друг с другом рядышком. С тобой легко буду лучше. Да,
decently aware of this, but those shots from the other members of Germany kind of not really going to help Rex go out in terms of finding any damage.
Yeah, it's Chris just trying to find what he can find right there at that angle, but unfortunately for him, unable to connect.
Не, брат, куда мне
Meanwhile,
там
for
до
Team
туриков?
USA, where are we exactly? Right south of Turkey, just to the northwest of Palace. A nice center position given the circle, but one that can be a little bit precarious considering
Так, ну где экшонка?
Population there is surrounding this position. And the interview's ready. Let's see who we hear from.
Здесь Дэна не хватает, да?
Wait, just one moment. There we go.
Гулага нет? Не знаю, кстати. Насчет этого момента. Мне кажется, нету в режиме кибергулага. Могу ошибаться, не знаю. Кто знает чатики, давайте, напишите информацию, где есть человек. Всем привет, ребят. Есть на турике гулаг на Таега или нету?
I love that.
Ну, они так показывают, что я не вижу что-то. Надо посмотреть, на какую команду, где будет минус. Если у них там в ожидании будет, то тогда будет. Ну, допустим, на этот... На Японию, не, на Джапан. Да, на Джапан. Вот если на Японию переключить, там посмотрим.
Absolutely nutty fragger, so yeah, last chance, right? Here at PUBG Nations Cup before he becomes your teammate.
Exactly. Okay, looking to change their destiny in this game. Denmark as well with their first appearance.
Пока непонятно.
Trying to see if they
Что он
can
думает, может
find
закрыть,
some
что ли?
momentum.
Yeah, already off to a pretty good start, although they haven't had a fantastic showing in either of the first two
вот,
games.
видишь?
They're ranked 10
Танкер
overall
нам
right now
подсказал.
with 9 points in total on the board. Certainly a good
Нету
first
ни
showing for
АВД,
them
ни,
here on day
получается,
one of
ни
their
ГУЛАГ.
first ever PNC.
Yeah, look, you know, it's going to take a little while probably. I mean, these guys, like you said earlier, very strong players, you know, professional players across a lot of different events. But this is their first opportunity
Блин, а я думал, АВД
to really showcase as a country what they can do. They're just going to look to rotate coast, and the coast on this map pretty forgiving. There's a lot of space
Не, ну, в принципе, логично, конечно, если тебя убили какое-то восстановление. Не аркадный бой, реально. грубо говоря, настоящий бой.
I'm getting flashbacks to Chinese Taipei in the last game from this long distance with DMRs just raining hell on everybody around them, and that's going to be Fex going down for the UK.
Эти вот сильное растягивание команд, это приводит, как обычно, к какому-нибудь минусу, как в данный момент.
Only 2 points in total on the board right now, and here in map number 3, already down to 3 men.
Ванька, я ничего не ставил. 2 купона поставил. На Китай и на Японию, кажется. Или Корею. На кого поставил? Не помню. Я уже с этими ребятами запутался. Канада дроп хочет, смотри, дроп залутать. Понял.
But the rest of it can kind of differ. It can just be like an M4 and some 5.56, or it could be like, you know, level 3 helmet, stuff like that. So,
круг большой, в принципе, вот. О, это город, что ли, будет? Годок. Мне кажется, чуть выше города будет, вот здесь где-то будет зона. Здесь. Она отсюда стягивается обычно.
Center right now, such as Thailand and India, are going to be very happy with this rotation. Whereas you just look at the great migration there, the south of the map. Japan, Australia, Vietnam, Germany, Canada, Denmark, China, Korea, and Turkey all rotating in already. Want to be the first ones into this next circle because on a circle like this one with 61 players alive, it's oftentimes first come, first serve.
Так, смотрите, удивительно, турки еще не умерли. Ё-моё.
Crazy out ahead of Denmark. Looks like Denmark's going to try to cut in between them, but there's a lot of teams lurking. Turkey has found some of these houses just to the north of Thailand. Denmark flirting with disaster here. China pulled up. They're going to have an opportunity to do some damage, but so far no connections found.
That's a really tough angle there for China with the terrain being what it is and those large rocks. So Denmark just going to pull into this nice little dip right here. Hopefully find some cover. You can see from that shot that our observer is graciously giving us. China really doesn't have an angle to work with there.
Кто-то будет проезжать по-любому, может.
So one less thing to worry about for them.
Yeah, the problem for Denmark is those cars got beat up.
Yeah.
There's some flimsy vehicles on this map. The Pony does not take damage well. As fast and as maneuverable and fun to drive as it is, the one weakness as it has is it is made of paper mache.
Да, первое лицо чекать, это вообще жесть.
Canada now just getting propped up on that hill. Not too much to be found in their vicinity while
Есть тут
Vietnam starting to rotate in, and they have a lot of room on this hill. There's India to the east with a very tightly clustered four-man squad. You can see Duck just kind of scoping that out right now. But besides that, Vietnam has a lot of area to play with. Meanwhile, Korea here in this nice little hill compound, just playing defensively, kind of reminiscent of the way that they played in match number 2.
Yep, just to the northeast there of Golduk, and just gonna be
Блин, карта мне очень нравится.
I don't really see anybody even considering
здесь же увеличен лут
messing with their territory,
по транспорту.
Nothing to worry about for Team Korea currently. Nothing to worry about really for most of these teams.
Типа как рамки, там тоже много лута.
Of Taego plays a bit like Sandhawk, oddly enough, because of the way the terrain and the trees are.
Цель такая, быстро упал, быстро залутался, быстро побежал стреляться.
Like this northern island is a bit Sandhawky.
It feels like it might be a little bit more safe than Sandhawk, though.
It is.
There's a lot of different angles that these teams have been able to find themselves in that are just impervious at a long range. You know, opposite of what we just saw at the last 2 maps on Miramar, where everyone is just DMRing everybody else. And I feel like it's probably not going to be until the next circle comes in that we get some real action, although Cannonball trying to find an angle right here. There's 2 bodies in the front seat of that truck.
Примером
so looking at a couple of body shots. And actually, Tiggleton, there with a headshot on the Mini-14, and he's going to get the flush maybe. Trying to get
Я начинаю от первого лица бежать, мне вообще ничего не пойму. У меня в глазах все такое прям. Быстрое.
It looked like he might have just enough of an angle. You're right. He could see the feet, but the shot's just not able to connect. Take thinking about the frag.
Если полгода играть, наверное, по КД и
long range.
Тогда может это будет.
He had the trigonometry, but Snakers had gotten around the corner. It was a good grenade, but Tiggleton just a step too late.
That was a nice nade.
Ничего, такая хаешка была.
So a lot more nades coming in. That one also very good. Just right on the other side of that box as the circle's going to center up a little bit to the northwest.
Look at Vietnam. They are just like
Смоков они, конечно, очень миллион каждый таскают.
Completely out on that ridge line to the north of Godak.
I mean, up until now, that ridge line has been completely safe. They've had nobody contesting it, but now with the circle closing in, you got to think that they're going to consolidate their position a little bit.
Китайцы просто мимо этих. О, за ними едут, кстати, за ними едут, уже стреляют.
He's going to be gunning there with the yaw coming out of the car. Full spray down to Longsker, only one body shot connecting. This Chinese Taipei would love to try and clear this path ahead of them and make it a little bit easier to rotate back in, because you know that once China stops, it's going to be very hard for Chinese Taipei to actually break into this position. But so far the drive-by is just not really able to manifest anything. So Chinese Taipei got to be content to just hold on to the corner of the circle, play the edge. China going a lot deeper though.
Korea going to make their move as their compound was removed from the next circle. So opting to go center, phase 3. A little bit of old school Danawa in the playbook there. Gustav has the knock onto the mad. Aches left, spots out Clories. Oh, great cover there from Himas. That is what you want to see from the superstar from Vietnam. Gets the knock on the Aches left.
Yeah, a lot of good support for the teammates now. Denmark trying to break this position from Turkey. They get one knock. They get two, in fact, as Code Marco and Schofield both go down. Now Latza going to try and fight back here with a frag, but he takes a ton of damage himself. Actually, so much damage coming in. I believe double frag grenade somehow survives with 18 HP. First aid is popped. M4,
не видит, рука-лицо, танец рука-лицо делает.
And now Beamy's getting closer and closer, paper thin.
Not much you can do, man. These compounds are tough to hold. There's a lot of little windows you can fit nades through. The doors are wide open. There isn't a ton of cover on the inside. It's going to take an absolutely heroic play here.
Ой, тайминг развернулся зря.
Not to mention he has Thailand on the other side.
Yeah.
Хорош, кстати, молодец, нормально дрался. Одного не дожал, второго тоже немножко продамажил. О, хп. Ну, забрали, конечно, забрали. И опять у турок, смотрите, 0 киллов, 0 киллов. Да, размен. Пацанам уже хотя бы массы надо заберите. На одного типа там, не знаю, один килл забрать, ну ё-моё. Ой-ой-ой,
First one was covering his teammate Clories as he was under nade fire, and then that one, absolutely fantastic, gets yet another knock.
Well, let's see where our next circle is going to go. Seoul now continuing to pick apart Team China. A little bit of
это что за команда просто, с которой звездочка?
Hard shift once again down to the southwest. Team Canada
Вьетнам.
In a prime position to find some good value out of this one, and they're going to rotate to the back of the hills. Try to kind of consolidate this western edge.
Yeah, Canada, one of the only teams that really take big advantage from
this hard shift down to the southeast.
Now China's going to have a hard time rotating all the way out. You see crazy 1-1-2 pop.
Ой-ой-ой, высаживай его.
But Clories from Vietnam trying to make him pay for it. Does get some
реально, смотри, на японцев вкатят.
Not enough though.
Габела будет, смотри. Ой, все, минус 2. Просто минус 2.
Eventually does get hit by the car by Eggs left, but he gets 2 knocks for his trouble. Japan doing huge damage.
Боже.
What a spray.
На пустом месте, абсолютно. Что Чина делает? Что делает? О, нокнул его, А, все, это Габела. Им надо на тачку и укатывать, мне кажется. Сейчас их пушают. Офигеть, вот это экшон.
To the middle of the circle, Korea trying to play the northeast side. A little bit of damage to Chinese Taipei, but they're cutting in towards China.
Evan from South Korea now with a spray, going to try and make these rotations a little bit more perilous. As LFP1 with a good shoot down there on Honey Badger, as another UK player is going to fall. They now only have 2 men up, but I do not think that Vard is going to be able to redeem.
Копилочку сюда, в копилочку. Да блин, Китай, представь, вроде там разрезались, начали укатываться и приехали прям, ну, не хиленные, им уже 2 тычки дали. Катили прям на пацанов в теплицу, вообще жесть. Ой-ой-ой, уехал от зоны. Великобритания.
So he needs to just hope that nobody sees him, but he's got Korea right in front of
him.
Кто
пушат по опену, смотри, просто по опену вообще просто можно сломать. А, они сделали ног, все. Ой-ой, и кто-то там вообще просто убил, смотри, он сейчас разрезается. Кто вот это вот Тха? Я не знаю, кто они. Просто, я не знаю, они помогли китайцам, вообще китайцы живут. Охренеть.
check here for Team India against Korea.
Стив Бобен побежал, его с ствола там чпокнули.
There's also Brazil and UK, the spread out players of UK, Vard.
Что за мясо, просто что за мясо? Во-во-во, очередной, ребят. Локи, летучий Локи. Лежит, не двигается. Анаконда. Оп. До свидания. Вьетнам-то дерется.
It's going to take a miracle for them to be able to recover from this correctly. The circle shifts even more to the west. Nades now coming in. Tickles in behind all of this, was able to get a knock. Now Soul fighting back, gets LFP1 there with a great spray on that AUG.
Yeah, and Korea's not happy about this third party from Brazil, and they're trying to punish it. But Haven's got Soul on the bad side of the circle. Cannot find the shots before he has to reload. Soul getting tagged from behind, doing everything he can to survive. Throws a grenade in desperation to try to get away. Looks like he might have done it. He might even pick up the kill for it. LFP1's going to bleed out. Really well handled here by Soul.
Micah behind all this got 2 kills there with the Molotov, able to finish off both Adam and Shinobi, and now Anonix trying to escape. Korea somehow still has all 4 men up. Despite all these attacks coming in, all these 3Ps, Korea's been able to remain resilient here on the top of that hill, slowly working up their full HP. And now these other teams, they have to start thinking about working their own way into the circle, as Brazil is doing now.
Бразилька едет. В этой катке Бразилия 1 килл всего сделали. Дэн сделал 8 киллов в этой катке. Дания, да, получается? Дания, наверное, да?
Borderline unusable for another rotation potentially. What a flank out here from Vietnam. What control of their space.
Боже, китайцы опять в этих теплицах все сидят.
But they're doing a really good job of making sure that nobody's going to be able to get into that northeast side.
At the same time, huge props to Team Korea to be able to retain all 4 players up, despite all the third-party attacks that were coming in. And now it's quieted down a little bit there on the northeast.
Все, минус Чина.
And now Korea's trying to box out the UK, and then Vietnam is going to dig their heels in and then try to box out.
Корея прям наступает Бразилии на ноги.
Flanking down, trying to finish what they started.
2 килла разница.
Done and dusted. And it's actually going to be Kino from Denmark who's going to pick up that point. So Denmark continuing to have a pretty good game here. 9 kills already.
До свидания. Опа, 1 килл, 1 килл.
Has another fight ahead of them, but Vietnam's attention isn't fully invested towards this eastern edge.
No, they're working with a 2-2 split. They have Duck and Haisaki looking at the Brazilian team all the way far to the north, and now Cloris is the lone player, as you see on the mini-map right there, taking some shots on Team Korea. So Korea, they have a little bit of area to play with. Denmark has 3 players to their south.
Даня, что-то нифига себе хорошо матчпоинт набрал в этой каточке.
Korea, you can see them, they're just trying to maneuver with these vehicles, trying to find some way to work it in. But Vietnam, looking at the minimap, the Doritos, all eyes on Korea right now, as Heaven's going to be giving some firing support there on the background. That's going to be Anonix rotating in, but then he does get knocked by Duck with a great spray coming out of that barrel. Soul and Anonix, the 2 lone players in that vehicle, both get taken out. And now Loki and Heaven, the foot soldiers here for Team Korea, on the flank are going to try and work their way into the circle.
A phenomenal spray there from Duck Juice with that barrel, finding 2 headshots onto Korea. And they are trying to fight their way through, but Vietnam not having any of it. Soul's gone as well. And Korea down to 2 players.
Дания, но я же говорю, Дания.
Try to find some way through. Circle's gonna hard shift down to the south, sparking up and over though. Brazil surprise attack from behind. And Haisaki is gonna pay the price. Not much right now that Vietnam can do to help Haisaki out.
No, Himas is going to rotate back up north to this hill and try and consolidate with his teammates a little bit there, as they have Brazil still on the northern edge and Korea
сейчас минус 2, они потеряли 2.
On their path into this circle. And I mean, unless they can handle these neighbors to the best of their ability, is
Бразилия full 1.
On Denmark.
I think Loki was looking to see if he had a frag grenade.
Ой-ой-ой.
Oh my God.
Wow.
BB?
Корея на первом месте
got
по
out of
киллам.
his car and it blew up on him. He was trying to get out in time, but Loki just ruined Denmark's round. Still a really good one there for Denmark. Tons of kills.
Ой-ой-ой, давай, не теряйтесь. Ай-яй-яй, Локи потерял. Надо чекать его. Забирай.
It's going to be a difficult journey for them to actually find their way into this circle, because given how little of that side of the road is left on the northeastern side, you got to think that only one team is actually going to be able to hold on to it. Everyone else has to find something else, or they're going to die trying.
Бразилия сверху будет сейчас. Закрывать, мне кажется. И Корея закроет. Да, Корея в бутерброде. Опа, Бразилия ног. Вьетнам, смотри, что творит. Ой-ой-ой, кореец. О! Ходи, уходи, уходи, уходи. В опен лег зря. Ой-ой-ой, что творит? Тачка, тачка, смотри, просто взорвется. Ой-ой-ой, право! Блин, право! Хорош, хорош, да. Блин, право, право, не сбрил, чекал право. Надо было не выставляться подлежащего левого, забрать правого и потом левого закрывать. Разрезаются, нет? Ну их Германия закроет, они не в зоне.
On the top right side as the blue closes in, there isn't much time to heal. And if Chris can actually corner them out, he can find two good frags.
Yeah, exactly. And not only two good frags, but control over the entire northern half of the circle here.
It's a lot of damage, though.
Yeah, it's Chris. Has to back down momentarily. Hemas is just absolutely fired up. Isn't going to shut him down. Glory's now the only one left on his feet for Vietnam, and USA on the other side of things has a bit of an angle.
Вьетнам заходит.
Does end up falling. Glory's now going to have to play salvage.
Yeah, and Glory's probably just going to try and sink this one out for his
Последний витамин зашел. На горе у него такое преимущество небольшое, а теперь нету. Ну, в принципе, через правую, видишь, сейчас Германия, если ляжет. Вьетнаму вообще сейчас не надо стрелять. Ему надо нокнуть, просто докидывать. Ой, какая хаешечка бы, да, сюда под туалетик. Просто киллы фармить. Нокнуто. Оп, оп, вот так, да, вот так, вот так, вот так, да. Вот так вот он, да. И еще надо добирать. Не-не-не, это перебежали. Добирай, чувак. Чекпоинт, поинт. Побежал, вот, ты видишь. Вот. Ой-ой-ой, там бутерброд. Да вот, что и следовало. Просто подкидывать. Смотри. Здесь на последнего. Гильтон там подкидывает.
Yeah, it just took them a little bit too long to actually clear Vietnam. They never could finally get that kill on Glories, and then they were spread too thin.
Как разрезались. Вон он был.
Australia breathing down their neck. Not to mention Thailand. It's just crossfire after crossfire. Two men knocked here for Germany as they're trying to salvage this situation. Finally, Vietnam is eliminated, but Germany with just one man up. Two of the knocks do finally get flushed.
Ой-ой-ой, что он там?
Flood is going to town here.
Tiggleton острее.
Flood having a really good one. Luke has been knocked, so Tiggleton looking to go for the res. Flood keeping his eyes on that northern edge. Knows there's at least one player left up there. It's Chris. Gonna have to try to lock things down. Snaker's gonna get knocked by that grenade. Just close enough to it. Huchel springs into action. Cannot find the spray though and gets backed off and taken down.
He needed that spray to connect there on Trimsy. Instead, it's the USA fighting back. They do lose Snakers as he was too far away to get rezzed. And now it's 3 men up for the USA, 3 men up for Australia, and it's Chris, the lone survivor for Team Germany, all the way in the north. And if you're It's Chris right now, you just gotta bide your time. Try to rat this one out as best you can. Get any points you possibly can.
Yeah, you gotta hope that USA and Australia beat each other up a little bit, and you're able to find that moment to come in and finish the job and maybe sneak a win out away from these two teams that have a lot of players that play at the same region. Very familiar with each other.
Circle pretty much centers up right here. Not too difficult for either the Australian team or the American team to really try and find their way in on this one. A lot of terrain to play with here with the soft cover, the trees, and also the hills. But Australia, for now, looking at the minimap, it seems like they really want to clean up Chris. They want to be able to set their eyes on the USA alone.
Как узнать, соперники есть или нет? Просто машину разгоняешь, отправляешь, он начинает в нее стрелять.
America, I'm wondering whether they're going to actually strike on this one. It seems like they're being very patient, waiting for the opportunity. They have a little bit of a slope for this hill to work with. But ultimately, Australia does have the high ground. They just really want to get It's Chris as a thorn to their side out of the equation before they butt heads with the US team.
Yeah, Australia knows they have a difficult run down this hill when they have to make it. And so if they can remove It's Chris from the equation, it makes it a little bit easier. But I like what America's doing here. I think they're just going to be watching for Australia to come down this hill and see if they can catch them out in the open. And Australia just moving cars into position. There's, I think Luke 12 is in. Flood's vehicle will be in here shortly. So actually, I think you're right here, State. I think there's just enough of the high ground left.
Синглтон, по идее, должен вообще один разваливать. Ну, судя по его нарезке и игре.
At least with this circle, we'll see what happens with the next one, though. They're going to have to get closer and closer to that center. As time is starting to run out, but it's a little bit of a standoff here. As USA and Australia, they both know that It's Chris is up there on that north side, and if they clash and the knocks happen, It's Chris could easily start to mess up one of their days. So it's very conservative play from both of these teams right now, biding their time. 12 seconds left on phase 8.
So It's Chris able to just wiggle his way in. Flood gonna keep this pony alive. Wants to have the ability to maneuver. Maybe set up a
Германия, да, вообще. Блин, если Германия сейчас заберет, вообще будет жесть.
Pinned down. Smokes are gonna come out here. Australia knows they have a move to make, and it is a dangerous one. Downhill, somewhat out in the open. Not a lot of foliage is actually gonna cover them from USA's position.
No, there's a lack of soft cover here. They really have to play the edge of this one. H-Wind, even through the smoke, able to find a body shot right there. As they're considering moving the vehicle deeper in.
Я бы тачку поставил под дерево.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did a 2-1 split. Especially if they're able to clean up Chris here, as they do have a very good idea where he is. I think he might be just outside of nade range. We'll see if that one from Tickleton's good. No, it actually is in nade range. They just got to
Ой-ой-ой! Да я, конечно, просто мимо! Пацан нервничает. Этот вкатывает.
Exactly. I totally appreciate what Australia is doing, but because they weren't able to clean out It's Chris, this may be tough. Although now he's kind of messing with USA. Kickstart takes a whole bunch of damage there. Has to back down.
Вообще нормально.
Some space here for Tickle to push with H-Wind. Having none of it. That's another one. Trimsy springs to action. Flood down. Only one player left for Australia, and it is the superstar Tiggleton. It's Chris trying to see if he can use this moment to get some points, but the grenade is perfect, and it's going to be the USA taking
USA все-таки выиграл под хаешку. Здорово. Вообще жесть. А чё я не пойму, они просто не въехали, не заняли нормальную позицию. Тачку прикрытия бы поставили, вообще не понимаю. Тачка была, какой смысл они это сделать? Перенервничали, перегрели, 3 хаеки дали в германца. Жесть.
Knock players, but America just playing that one perfectly. They did not overplay their hand.
Американцы вытащили. Код твои подвигили.
Australia just never able to get Germany out of the equation.
Нормально, нормально, да? Хорошие каточки мы смотрим, ребят. Всем приятного просмотра. Привет, привет.
That's going to be America picking up a lot of kills. The first place finish and 7 kills in the bag.
And this is just kind of continuing where the Sonics left off at PGS2 with, you know, H-Wind really seeming to understand this map incredibly well, understands the angles, understands the positions that teams have to maneuver through, and working it, calling it to perfection here, and a great job supporting him is Shrimsy and Kickstart. Snakers, yeah, he died a little bit earlier, but that's okay. Team USA, the fans there, of course, Ashley Khan and Kat Conti, their streamers, Pubg streamers, very happy supporting the USA teams. Our Sonics fan as well. Of course, gotta love it. So check out in all the gear.
Ну нормально, нормально. Блин, Корея хорошо сегодня играла. На топ-1 во второй катке забрала, сейчас неплохо постреляла.
All right, USA with another win, or not another win, excuse me, their first win of the night. Getting ahead of myself there, man. And being #1 of the power rankings.
You're just expecting it.
I'm just expecting it. I mean, it's an all-star lineup. They're #1 of the power rankings for a reason there, and the play calling just absolutely perfect.
Ну нормально, нормально, блин, интересно.
Circles, they just read it perfectly, and you could see how tight they were playing it together, just as a unit. All 4 men in the very tight-knit group until, you know, the time for them to start to fan out and really strike. And eventually someone's going to get knocked there, but that's kind of the trade that you take to set up for your other teammates to be able to get down the sprays.
2 Эрангеля, сейчас в Викенде будет, потом 2 Эрангеля.
Australia and pick up that win.
Yeah, it hurts Australia that they weren't able to really clean up its Chris fast because it delayed some of their rotations. They threw a lot of frags at him and none of them connected, so didn't quite work out for them. Not a bad idea. I think they, like, their idea was good. The execution just wasn't quite there, so But Germany's, what, in second or third place right now? I think they might have just
taken
over Brazil. Yeah. They're just, this is what they do, man. They just, like, edge rat like crazy. And, you know, I could see after the match, they're perfectly happy with the way that went. They're totally fine with the way this is going.
I mean, the third place finish, they picked up a couple of kills as well. You take those any day of the week. If that's your baseline, then at the end of a 3-day event like this one, you're going to have a lot of points.
Yep.
You know, it just takes 1 or 2 breakout performances to really rack up kills, maybe get a win.
Китайцы, конечно, сдохли в этих теплицах очень плохо. Хоть кого-нибудь убьют, сделаем ставки. Да, сейчас убьют, в следующей катке убьют.
I didn't realize they were that high in the ratings, but thinking back on game number 1 and game number 2, it does make sense.
Yeah.
Сделать 2 килла ставлю. Штуки 2 килла, ребят, надо.
That's what it's all about. So really impressed with them so far. Just a really solid game, though, all around from USA and Australia. Vietnam maybe had a chance here, but I think kind of, again, bit off a little bit more than they could chew on that northeastern edge. Really spread out. Kind of were given a lot of space in the early to mid part of that game, and I think got maybe a little too comfortable.
Yeah, they had that hill for a very long time, and they held up a 2-2 split for the duration of it. But it feels like at that point, I mean, hindsight is 20/20, but you kind of want a full 4-man squad anchoring one position. If they were just able to corner off everybody in the northeast, for instance, then suddenly the rest of the game becomes so much easier. But of course, that's easy for us to say when we see the entire big picture. We know where every player is. We know how many of them are in what position. We know what angles are the best ones to take. Once you're actually in the game, play calling that is Vietnam, it makes sense to actually go for that 2-2 cover territory to try and gather intel, because the fog of war is very real in a situation like that one. But the 2-2 split at the end of the day didn't quite pan out for them, but still a top 5 finish in that lobby.
I'm really impressed with Thailand in that game, not just because they have a lot of points, but because of the way they played Godok. They really... like just sat in the center and just kind of turreted.
USA на первом пока что, да, месте? Ну это вот эта катка получается, да? Ну да. Вьетнам, смотрите, нормально, тоже 9 киллов понастрелял, между прочим.
Yeah, you would think because it's kind of a little bit downhill that the angles wouldn't be the best, but yeah, the buildings just play in such a way that should the circle go that way, as you said, you have a lot of angles, especially on teams that are rotating around you, so able to get 6 kills to their credit. And actually, I didn't realize that Germany had 8 kills. For whatever reason, in my head, it was way less than that, but a big point victory for them. Second in the lobby, of course, Shrim's gonna be the man of the match. 568 damage, a key part of the USA's win.
Yeah, this guy absolutely feeling it this year. Has been really stellar. I know Tickleton is like the MVP of BGS2, and he is maybe the best player in the world right now, but Shrimzy is a big part of the support system that has given the Sonics and Tickleton so much success. This guy absolutely dumpstering people. When he is feeling it, he is maybe the best in the business. Like, his sprays are so clean, he's so smart. Just a phenomenal talent is Shrimzy.
Yeah, but still, at the end of match number 3, Korea in first place, Germany in second. Right behind them, tied with Brazil. USA running that went out with a top 4 after that big win, and a little bit of a gap appearing, although we've only played 3 maps. About 9 points, almost 10 points separating the top 4 from the rest of the pack.
This is good, though. I mean, I like that we're close at the top, and if, like, a couple other teams that are kind of in the middle there can have a good
Санок
game,
играет,
all of a sudden you're talking like 5-6 teams that are all
ну
within,
да. Сидят,
5-6 points of each other,
типа
and then
там?
things start to get really, really spicy, and of course, now
Да.
coming up.
Могут, да, сидеть с дробашом на этом лестничном марше, да?
Just because we're going to Vikendi. There's so much to talk about with this map. Where do we start? The Bears?
The Bears are scary, man. They're scarier than they thought they would be.
There's neutral camps on this map. Like, that's
we're a MOBA now. Pick up some items.
We're Warcraft 3 now, man.
+9. Yeah. No, it's a really fun map. Vikendi, even going all the way back, just to play because it was never in the competitive pool, was my favorite map. I loved the terrain. I loved being able to see, you know, the footprints and the tracks of the vehicles. I loved it even before it got a refresh and a facelift and all these new mechanics added. I mean, remember back in the day when there were they weren't quite tunnels or caves. They were like rocks that you had to drive into with a card to get like the loot that's like hidden away in these little mountain areas. I mean, there were just so many fun aspects of that map that I loved. And now they've added on to it, made it even more fun. There's bears, all the ski lifts are so much fun to play around with. I mean, they're constantly rotating. So it's, if you're in the vicinity of one, it's something you kind of gotta keep in mind because the hard cover from the ski lift, it's actually not that bad from a lot of different angles. And this is also a map where there really isn't a meta yet at the pro level. This is the first time we're seeing it here at professional PUBG. So as you were saying earlier, I think it was an excellent point that you made even before the show started, where we were just talking about the event. You know, the team that has the best performance on Vikendi, if they can rise head and shoulders above their peers, might be the one that walks away with the championship, because yes, it is only 1 out of 6 maps that we're playing. You know, we're gonna have the same map pool every single day for the next 3 days. But the fact that it's just so unique, if you can run away and get 1 or 2 really high kill wins on this map, I mean, that might just be enough in a competition as tight as this one to edge you from 3rd place or 2nd place all the way to 1st.
Yep, totally. And we'll see. I'm really curious. I guess, honestly, I'm kind of the most curious about the way that people approach the Bears. We've seen some pretty funny clips of people kind of forgetting that the Bears are there and paying the price because the Bears are pretty nasty. Look, there's a lot of options with the Bears. You can actually drop on the Bears. I've done it. You can do it. It's a little risky.
Да, здорово, да все я прекрасно понимаю. Труфанов, да знаю я, Владимир, что ты из меня делаешь глупого человека? Да нет, я же не могу заставить людей, пойми, ты говоришь про онлайн. Как я могу тебя заставить? Могу, типа, в чате код сказать, ты что, попробуй, только не приди на следующий стрим, или кого-то заставить, или север. Я тебя заставляю прийти на следующий стрим, по-любому. Если не придешь, все, я тебя заблочу. Но это же так не работает, люди подписываются, а кто хочет, тот приходит, не хочет, не приходит.
To loot around the Bears, hopefully get a DBS, and that shreds Bears. The DBS is absolutely the end of Bears.
I mean, it makes sense. That's the close quarters gun to end all close quarters guns. So DBS, I like that. I like that little build order that you got set up. DBS into bear cave, and then pick up whatever loot you can find in that one.
I hunt the Bears, man.
That's fun, yeah. I landed with the Bears once and it, like, 2-shot me, and I'm like, okay, never mind.
Yeah,
they respect nature.
They hit hard. You can't run them over either, by the way. It like, even going full speed in a vehicle will not kill a bear. They can hit you while you're in vehicles. In case you didn't know that.
You sound traumatized as you're explaining
I've seen
this.
everything. I swear to God, I've seen everything with these bears. We have tried every dumb trick. And really, I think the DBS, the M249, the machine gun is pretty good at killing the bears.
It still takes, that's how I kill the bear, and it still takes like so many bullets.
Like 90 bullets or something like that?
I don't know if it's exactly, I don't think it's that much exactly, but it's still a lot of bullets to take down a bear, man. It is, it's a scary prospect, especially if you're trying to do it early in the game as you were advocating for.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, it's got to be probably the best thing to do, right? Is just clear that out early before you have to do these rotations.
Тройку лидеров хотя бы войти уже неплохо. Кот, ну ё-моё, ты чё? Блин, кот. Ты уже сразу в тройку лидера. Что ты обнадежился, братуха? Какая тройка? Надо топ-1, брат. Говорит, топ-1, в топ-1 по-любому. Другого варика нету. Я еще тут просто на телефоне. Что это? Сейчас.
Those things are crazy. I mean, it's kind of hard to get a headshot off the IR scope because everything is so boxy, but if you line it up just for a chest shot with a DMR, you're going to be very, very happy. Those things, I mean, I don't know if it's just me being, you know, an old boy trying to play this game, but I have a hard time sometimes, even with the 4X scopes, really being able to identify like a body as it's moving and exactly the silhouette where to shoot. I know the pros don't have nearly as much of a problem as I do with that, but the IR scope is just a godsend when it comes to trying to find a player through soft cover, at great distance, through smokes. It's just a game changer when it comes to bodying people with DMRs, or maybe the prone spray with the M249. Get a little bit spicy with it.
I like that.
Could be a lot of fun.
I've never thought to try that.
That's a really good idea. It's got to fit. The 6X fits on it.
Yeah, sure, of course. Yeah. No, I really like that. That's a really good idea. I really like that, actually.
I mean, even if the M249 prone spray is a bad idea, I'm still going to do it.
But now it's a slightly less bad idea.
Yeah, now it actually has some credence. It's, you know, it's a little bit justified.
Yeah.
Get that IR scope on it.
A Loki fan. Something about flowers there. Like,
Nige, Kochigo nanen.
Yeah.
Loki.
I just flowers. I don't know. I don't like you give flowers to me, and I'll give flowers to you. Something like that. Anyway,
it's probably a play on words that we are way too dumb to understand. That's usually the way these things goes.
I sort of understand it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Love to see so many fans, of course, in the stadium. We have a packed audience here, and
these
so many fans for
sold
Koreans.
Out. Dude, they sold out instantly. Like every day the tickets were gone. Like I was talking to one of my friends here, and he said he missed. They sold the tickets on separate days, right, for each day of the event. And he said the first day he thought he'd probably have at least a couple minutes to get them. No.
Oh, was it instant?
It was like instant.
Wow.
They were gone. Second day, he said he played like aim trainer ahead of time to practice clicking.
Курицу такое? Зачем?
Oh, for the
Хочешь
tickets.
chicken?
Oh man, you gotta get some macros on your mouse or something for
that. Yeah, that's probably a better idea.
Чего не через Яндекс браузер?
Get a
Там
macro
есть
that like feeds the URLs into the machine or something. I don't know.
Oh wow, you're like
Да не
you're light years ahead
знаю,
of
а зачем? Я смотрю еще и
They're
получаю
playing with sticks and stones, and you're out here with steel and yeah, exactly.
наград
Oh,
за
the
просмотр.
Bronze Age, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. Korea, they've had some great performances at PUBG Nations Cup in the past, but you know, they never were able to get that chicken dinner, and more importantly than that, they never were able to walk away with a first place finish. But now coming on to their home soil, you know, they have a lot to prove, and they have the fans behind them every step of the way. So I think all of the fans here for Korea, which is certainly the majority of the crowd, especially the ones buying these tickets, they want to see Korea walk away with a victory on their home soil, representing this nation among all the best PUBG nations in the world.
Right, and it's scary for all these other teams that this Korea team in particular is already popping off like this. Like usually, sometimes, Donawa in particular kind of slow starts to finals weekends, to those kind of things, and then they kind of ramp up, but they're coming out swinging. I've been really impressed with Japan. Yeah, the Tango game, maybe that 2-2 split was a little bit too ambitious early, but we're seeing that most of the teams get away with those splits, so I don't fault them too much. They're playing good defense out in the open. I've seen some good fights taken by them. Frankly, I like what I'm seeing from Japan. They're not playing cautious. They're not playing scared. That's kind of been a critique of them in the past. So,
yeah, especially in PWS, they were always really good at defense, but it feels like they kind of upped their game, especially with the DMR from those defensive positionings. They're getting a lot of knock. They're getting a lot of kills, especially on teams that are rotating through kind of perilous positions, whether it be on the low ground or just some angle you have a sight light on as you're trying to work your way into the circle.
Нормально. Хоть понимать будешь, о чем идет речь. Там мне не надо понимать, я смотрю игру и комментирую ее. То, что они говорят там, ну как бы, вот он такой там, они также обмусоливают какой-то момент. Смысл.
Kind of emulate, but they had their own little take on it. Was a little bit different.
Говоришь нормально, теперь работает, все, могу переходить на 11. Братан, я не знаю, у меня нормально все. Смысл заморачивать себе.
Says a lot considering China with a star-studded lineup. I mean, if you go to the pick'em points or TY or whatever it was, just absolutely overwhelmed in terms of points. They had, I think, more fan support than basically every other team combined, if not double that. It was absurd, but they're sitting at rank 10 right now overall. They've had a very slow start. Japan's right behind them.
Right,
One point behind them. So Japan, if they can just kind of continue to play their slow defensive game, similar to the way that Chinese Taipei has been playing over the first couple of maps, they can find some success. And favorite, then I think we're finally ready to go to Vikendi here for the first time ever in PUBG esports history. It should be a lot of fun. Let's get to it.
All right, and away we go here for the first time ever. Vikendi in PUBG Esports. The map, again, okay, so what's really interesting about this is you're going to see a lot of the kind of named locations, Naros, Lumberyard, Decamesto, train station around the center of the map, but what you're really looking at is the area in the middle of all four of those. That's where a lot of teams are gunning to have their loot location be. Even though it's a lot of kind of, you know, smaller compounds or whatever, the loot's still good enough in them, and the location is super good. Right at the middle of a four-way crossroads, very similar to a Pachinki or a Picado in some ways.
Так, ну что там? У нас суета идет, нет? Кто-то эго забрал? Американцы? USA! Так, у нас Корея на первом месте. Между прочим, 3-4 килла. Но USA 2 раза топ забрали.
Looks like Taipei wants a piece of that pie as well. They are right next to Korea there, towards the center of that circle. USA spread out along the eastern side. India gonna be up at observatory. Oh boy. Oh boy. Keenan, or Adam, excuse me. Adam gets an SLR. It's not the gun he wants.
I think you want to just piece out of this one, and Adam is absolutely booking it.
Brazil gonna try to see what they can do. An ump out there. It's gonna hit him. Can he find the damage? No, sparking.
Wow.
Oh, and look at the scope. He had a 2X on there as well. That's very, very nice. And that's gonna be Adam out of this one, I think.
Yeah,
I assume.
That's a painful pick there for Adam. I mean, ump, it might not have a lot of damage, but in an early game situation like this one, especially with a 2X scope, it is a very potent weapon. Especially if you're running in the open like that one, it is quite easy to control if you're able to slow down your fire and just tap, tap, tap the same way that he did right there.
The thing's a laser beam. People underestimate the ump. Oh, it's quite good in certain situations.
I think it's because a lot of people think about SMGs as something that should be a prime gun in close quarters, which the ump kind of lacks because it doesn't have quite as much punch. But in mid-range like that one, especially with no armor, it is fantastic. And a little bit of gunfire being traded here. Chinese Taipei and Korea butting heads here in the center of the map. Not a lot of inertia on that Dacia. It's quite slow moving up that hill, but zigging and zagging.
Ну чё там душат? Нет опять кого-нибудь. Канада -1 сделали. Турки. Север, сейчас будем турка. Что-то мне подсказывает, я не за тех, кого голосовал. Ну, может быть. Вот, я за Корею ставил. И за Китай. Ну, что-то Китай вообще, если честно, ну как, вот как? 14 киллов за все катки, Корея 3-4. 2 раза больше. Вот, нормально душат, реально, вот, получается, топ-5 у нас. Топ-5. А у них игра нормальная. Ну, там посмотрим, может, конечно, все поменяться на раз-два и все. Это типа вот так еще можно, да, комментировать типа игру? Ну, тогда неинтересно, звук, нам нужен звук.
I'm keeping my eyes on some of the cave spots, like, I'm not sure if Shinboy's going for one, he's potentially in range. Nobody's on the southern ones at all. There's a few on the east, but nobody really seems to be gunning for them. I see Argentina moving on the map.
На заднем фоне прям слышно, прям разговаривать. Ребят, прожимайте лайки. Давайте вот так замутим, вот так. А, у меня нету здесь? Понял, у меня не сохранилось. Ну ладно. Вот так.
Что ты, черт побери, такое несешь?
Вот так, пойдет. Ну пока сейчас это такая расстановка. Круг поменьше будет, уже будет поинтереснее. Где-то ловить сейчас прокаты, может быть, тогда что-то, да. Аргентина. Ямайка 5-0. Если США победят, то билет сыграет, ну да. Ну, они нормально, они реально. Кто-то говорил даже, что могут... Они в топ-5 по-любому заходят, видишь? Поэтому, возможно, они победят. Посмотрим. Понимаешь, катка рознь. Все будет зависеть, я не знаю, от последних каток.
All right, well, Australia is slowly working their way towards this Korean compound, but I don't know if they're exactly aware that Korea is here. I'm wondering how much intel they've actually gathered. Is Luke going to come all the way up here on the top of this tower? And should be able to gather a lot of intel. And yeah, immediately taking shots. He wants to pop these tires and hopefully lock Korea down in this compound. It seems like he's even sniffing out the 2-2 split that they have set up.
This is smart. Of course, you always have parachutes now, so you can get off of these dangerous high positions. This is really smart. Oops. Maybe that's intentional. Maybe Tiggleton wasn't going to pick him up.
Yeah, he has another vehicle there, so
he's
just gonna hop in.
He's just hiding the tires. Okay.
For a second, I thought it would be something like, I don't know, a James Bond movie, like lands on the roof of the car, and just drive into battle.
That's what I thought they were. Well, maybe not in the battle, but I thought they were going to maybe pick him up and drive away for a second.
Yeah, for sure.
This makes a lot more sense. That's a really cheeky move there, to get up on top of these little towers to just pop tires, and then, you know, safely get back down. Because you got to be careful. Those towers, yeah, they're great for sightlines, but there's not much cover up there.
Yeah, usually it's hard to pop those tires with all the hard cover, like these, you know, short walls that surround a lot of compounds on this map. But hey, you get that sight line. And I get to skirt your way around all of that. Do some nice harassment as Team USA moving in.
I'm disappointed. I thought there'd be bears.
I was also expecting some bears,
no bears.
But
the circle doesn't really have any bears in it. There's like one, maybe two.
I think there's one to the south of Mesto, if I'm not mistaken.
But it is a bit risky to mess with the bears because they do show up in the kill feed as well.
Oh, true. You out yourself. Someone's gonna hear the shots and then see the bear die.
Yeah. So I think that's actually probably the bigger reason why nobody's gonna go for them. Yeah, sure. The IR scopes are nice. Haven taking the gondolas. These are pretty safe, actually.
Yeah, they're surprisingly safe. I mean, the first time that I looked at them, I'm like, okay, that's something that I'm never going to take because it'll just be a fish in a bucket, but that is absolutely not how it plays out, and uh-oh. Longsker with a pounce right there. A nice fight back by Snakers. Actually got
а зачем мне отодвинуть? Надо полностью убрать, я забыл. Спасибо, что сказал.
The element of surprise. That's going to be Snakers going down, and USA loses a man very early.
Все, я поставил. Там киберконтейнинг был его просто.
They went for a recon position. But Longsker already there and already waiting.
Yeah, step ahead of him. It's impressive even to be able to get 40 damage on a Longsker in a situation like that where he has the complete jump on you.
Absolutely. No, I fully agree. It's Longsker's, as we've seen many times in PUBG sports history, is absolutely goated. He's a crazy good individual player. India coming in from the north, playing it pretty safe here today so far. A lot of edge drops. Compared to kind of what they get in their own region. They get a little more central in their drop locations typically, but here in PNC, they've been trying to play edge. First game not bad since then.
Не, я убрал полностью. Зачем?
We're the best, but again, this is also them perhaps trying to feel out the lobby a little bit.
Я наоборот убирал, чтобы она не мешалась никак людям смотреть.
Quite like this before. And so for them playing edge like this, kind of getting, you know, a read on exactly what the other team's play styles are going to be. What rotations you have to watch out for. It makes a lot of sense, and I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, going in a gate.
Сюрприз. Сейчас будет, да, сюрприз, конечно.
This is a 3-day event. India starts to mix it up just a
Они,
little bit.
походу, короче, Япония прям Китай душит, не знаю. Они за ними наблюдают прям и часто встречаются именно между собой. Походу, у них одни тактики. Чуйка на них. Ну что, турки, сделают 2 килла? Ждем 2 килла.
Australia driving around, Waikikamuka is going to be, oh boy, this is dangerous. He should be, oh my god. I thought he was dead, but he just kind of got away in time.
One headshot. Couldn't get the second one. He should have been dead to rights right there with the angle that Vard had, but Vard perhaps a little bit too patient.
Yep.
Didn't take that first shot.
I agree. The Zima is just not fun to drive. It's a bit tricky. It slides. It's not the worst. It at least holds 4 people, I guess.
Yeah, it's not that bad,
I suppose.
I don't mind it too much personally.
I'm not a fan. Here's what you were talking about earlier. These gondola positions actually have a lot of hard cover. They're really defendable. Get great info from the top of them.
Way more than you would think.
Так, ну и куда он поехал? Куда они выезжают? В кемп? Врыв в кемп? Да, они... Ну, 3-3. Что-то непонятно. А, они уезжают. Ой-ой-ой, сейчас как высадят, смотри. Высадил. Сэмки высадил, боже. На пустом месте, на пустом. Добьет. Ну, давай, прикрывай тачкой его. Тачкой. Да минус, боже, на пустом месте. Боже, он Сэмки с тройки стреляет по головам одиночкой.
That's crazy.
Just gotta tip your cap on that one and just say, oh man, good shots. Jeez, can't believe you hit those.
UK now moving into this one. Cavalry's coming in with its Chris, gonna try and lend some support to his teammate Brexco.
See if we can get out. T-Bone here trying to position to potentially punish the exit, but I think the angle there just good enough.
Вы это видели? Ребят, прожимайте лайки, кто залетел. И для вас трансляцию делаю, а вы для меня лайкосик прожмите на канальчике, а?
Сегодня мы транслируем Pubg, так что у нас идет турик, ребят, обязательно поддержите стримера, так что нужен ваш лайк, ваша поддержка важна как никогда. Так что давайте, всем приятного просмотра, хорошего настроения.
Собирает инфу. Да, да собирал инфу. USA потеряли опять. О, турки, смотри, сейчас опять умирают. По 3 играют, 1 сейв делает, ага. Смотри. Турки вообще, они не слышат? Они его не слышат, что ли? Они опять дохнут на пустом месте. 2 килла вы можете сделать? Я на вас поставил. У вас тип справа. Что это? О, турок дал гол, давай. Боже, ну какие боты. Сори, конечно, ну. 2 килла. Ну какой ты голову Блин, я так за них болею, чтобы они это... Все, давай домой. Ну задави, да! Давай, ты сделай, дави! О. Все. Турки, да? Ничего не сделали, боже, они не сделали ни одного 5 килла. Как так? Спасибо за лукас, ребят. Север, ну чё ты, блин, так? Я пацанов поддерживал, а ты сразу их утопил. Он даже не умудрился ехать и просто ехать через человека, чтобы задавить. Понимаю. Я просто представляю, как им обидно. Они все 3 катки в 0, просто в 0, и первые дохнут.
Playing a bit of recovery, playing a bit of defense, but really they don't have much pressure. I mean, this is pretty safe for China right
комментируешь,
now.
почему? Нормально.
I mean, okay, now we're not. Now we're not. Now we're going southwest.
It's a very hard shift.
Нормально. Комментатор бога, ну. Ну, USA видит, ну. Да что за фигня, вы привесили ограничения хранилища. Обновление, зачем это обновление? Иди со своим этим.
Maybe getting this res, I don't know. It's tough to say if USA can really do much anyway, even if they get this res, they're in a very bad position.
Denmark also making this rotation. Actually, Gustav coming up to shore the defense here on the top side of this hill. It seems like they're content to kind of hold on to that location for now. Once again, the mini-map China eventually did make down that rotation. As Thailand and Australia butting heads a little bit here.
Турки по объявлению игроков набрали. Ага, походу, да.
Yeah, I think Australia needs to play complete defense here and try to wipe Thailand out. I think that if they can do that, they're going to open up a lot of opportunities to potentially win this game. Like, if they can do it relatively cleanly, at most lose 1 player, they have a decent opportunity to really do something special here for the first time on Vikendi. YK Kamukau flanked out, Vietnam cutting through the beaten up USA team.
Oh, Shrimsy with a great headshot there on that AUG spray. That's with a red dot too. Corey's gonna have to escape this vehicle that is on fire as Vietnam taking a lot of damage, not just from the US, but also from Germany on this rotation in. Oh no, the collision. At least he made it clear of the car. It's coming back for revenge.
Oh, get me out, Corey's.
Those things are scary, man.
I know, dude.
Those cars blow up, and it can be chaos in a hurry.
Been a fixing to try to take down China. Sees the heads, but sprays just a little bit off. Hits some boxes. Gonna try to follow, bounce in a grenade. Doesn't quite get deep enough to do any damage. The box is gonna absorb it.
Was a nice ricochet though. Had the angle right, just not enough power behind it.
And a little bit of utility flying out to try to buy.
Чё? Сейчас корейцы медведя лутанули и пойдут нагибать всех. Ага. Сейчас посмотрим.
I don't know, not much.
Not a lot.
I don't know if they got messed with while they were trying to do that. I think maybe Taipei had an angle on it or something. I'm not sure. Brazil now slamming into Honey Badger. Honey Badger has to back out.
Immediate explosion right there, but the Brazilian player, Haven, was absolutely lit up on that rotation in. Is able to pop this first aid.
Сейчас Бразилия раскидает. Просто раскидает сюда, называется. Но. Ой, молик. Давай. Опа, хаешечка топовая. Сюда иди, сюда. Еще молик, ну. Влево, дай что-нибудь. У тебя молик еще есть, почему не дашь еще молик? Минус, хорошо. Вот он, вот ты видел его. Кидай молик, чувак. Хаешка, молик. Пробежал, сейчас будет закрывать. Ну. Ой, хорош тип сделал. На ошибочке поймал. О, Бразилия не успел выйти. Надо было помогать раньше.
All the room in the world here on the northwest edge, but really the center compound so powerful in this. Everybody knows it. That's why we're seeing a lot of fighting for it now. Denmark wants to make a go. Gustav going to breach the defenses of Brazil, who is busy dealing with UK.
Yeah, UK and Brazil both have players down right now. In fact, one man standing on both teams.
Просто сюда в лобби. Блин, жалко, пацана, Бразилию потеряли, честно говоря.
Has to pick that can up just in case a grenade or something sets it off.
Oh my goodness, the angle on that one. If it was just a little bit to the right, would have gotten 2 kills.
Sparking still going to stick the res. Grenade not going to bounce through. A little bit off the mark there for Kino. And Sparking able to at least recover one teammate. Meanwhile, Australia and Thailand still in a protracted fight. Haven't taken down by 10 at all. Way out in the distance. So Korea is going to lose a player trying to get more centered. Tiggleton, I think, heard by Rossiter Jr. He's just going to prone and wait to see if Tiggleton's going to push, but Tiggleton instead going to get Nazima. Rossiter going to try to punish it. Tiggleton got out, wasn't ready for it. Great play here by Rossiter Jr. Completely catches Tiggleton off guard.
Yeah, it just takes the audio cues to perfection right there, and that might be the domino that starts falling for Team Australia as Waikiki Mukau is going to try and shore up the defense here. Nice spray, or at least attempted spray there. When the red dot, it's hard at that distance, was only able to get one body shot off on the Thailand player. And it seems like Thailand is slowly but surely working their way through. And yes, finally Australia is eliminated. No kills here in this match. Thailand picking up 5 already on the board.
I feel like Australia got lost in the sauce a little bit there. Not quite keeping track of Thailand as well as they would have liked. That resulted in Thailand being able to be the ones that were able to surprise Australia. USA still in this. I thought they would be potentially wiped out a long time ago. It felt like they had not much to work with. China now punishing Thailand off screen, but Argentina's Rybox has that M24.
Oh, and on the mini-map feed, a blizzard coming in between Thailand and China, so that's going to give Thailand a lot of room to breathe with. Meanwhile, Vietnam starting to work their way in all the way over here onto the east side. This is quite far south from USA and Taipei's protracted battle as they're really battling for this hill.
Ну чё там, у нас будет суета, нет? Вы видели, Бразилия-то вышла вперед по киллам, между прочим.
USA with only 2 men up, and actually it seems like Vietnam has an angle as well. And indeed they do. That Trimsy taking a ton of damage, gonna have to retreat to safety, and suddenly all aggressive opportunity that USA had on Chinese Taipei is lost.
Yeah, Vietnam here going to just hit the W keys, try to go for it. They're gonna leave Flores as an anchor behind them. Germany's kind of sniffing that out too. That storm nullifying any ability for Thailand and China to really do much except sit and wait. As H-Win trying to prevent Chinese Taipei from getting involved, trying to see if they can make this a fight where potentially maybe Taipei and Vietnam have to fight on the other side of that hill, and America can kind of just prone in that ditch, not forget it.
Ну пока скучно, прям скучно. Такого мега-каток не было. До свидания, да?
Zenon through the smoke, gonna try and find an angle. Had a really good soul read.
Опа, оу! Сюда в смог просто, смотри.
That's Duckju is going down. Zenon with a very important pick off here. Vietnam's gonna try and fight back. Nate coming in from Flores had a very good read on it. Wow! But with a headshot there on Zenon from the AUG. Just gonna be trading blow for blow here.
Нормально Вьетнам, да, душит тоже, смотри. Молодцы, прикольные моменты делают. На, закрыли просто одних и вторых, получается. Вот вам и иди сюда называется.
Despite Duckjuice getting very low on HP, but unfortunately for them, the circle, it's already evolved. And they do not have a lot of time to get their bearings and start to work their way into their next territory. Is gonna really try to snake this one out.
Oh, only if he had a, I didn't see if he had a grenade or not. And Onyx takes down Nurens. Finna, do you have a frag? Finna!
Oh, Finna!
Finna! Oh, please, observers, just go to Finna's perspective. Oh my god! Finna! Just grenade! Oh, well, he didn't get the time. Oh, he didn't get the knock! Finna! Oh, if he only knew. Now he's gonna, I don't think he's gonna get the opportunity though. Immediately the grenades start raining out from China. Longskirt gets Keenan. Finna trying to do what he can. He might get the knock. He gets two! Big one there. Finna still alive, still fighting. Keenan's grenade got in there. Aches left, just barely close. So close to getting knocked.
Oh, that nade's also good.
До свидания, просто до свидания. У меня слов нет. Я даже не хочу здесь комментировать, это просто жесть. Ой-ой-ой, успел.
Gets the heal off though.
Еще одна хаешка. На лицо. Смотри. Ой-ой-ой, под ноги, все. Жесть.
We might have not gotten the monster nade that we wanted, but we got 5 nades from Finna that eventually evaporated the Chinese squad on the other side of that hill. Just tremendous stuff.
Awesome. I love it.
So cool.
And Finna still alive and has a southern kind of quadrant all alone. Germany's just doing work out there. 4 kills now, and the circle's very much not bad at all for them. Meanwhile, there's a standoff between Denmark, Brazil, and UK in that central compound.
All right, well, UK, Brazil, and Denmark all in that combat are going to be happy with this circle, as it's about as good as it can get for them. Still nice and in it.
Oh, come on, buddy.
Only 6 bullets left here. Oh, does fight a little bit more 7-6 too.
He's got an Om now. All right, I'm all on the Finna train. We're Team Finna right now. See if he can do some more work with that Om. Thailand trying to smoke their way through this field. At least there is some hills here and there to work with.
A little bit of elevation, but
yeah.
As you see right there from this side shot, not that much. It only really seems to matter in close quarters. Beyond that, it's a challenge.
They've identified Rule in the position, but it doesn't matter. Japan knows too. They're gonna put some damage down. Duckjuice doing what he can, but somebody else took that kill. Soul.
Oh, he knows.
He knows. They gotta clear this one by one. Grenade. First one does some damage. Vard's gonna try to switch to the DBS, starts loading it, but it might not matter if he gets knocked. Second grenade bounces awkwardly off that flower, whatever those are, flower bags, sandbags that are inside of there. Doesn't connect onto Vard. Now T-Bone here to back up, so it's gonna be a little bit trickier for South Korea.
It's gonna be a relatively hard push unless they're able to find a connection with these nades, but so far the UK players have been able to skirt disaster around them. And that
Давай,
push. Can be in close quarter situations like this one. Finally, the breach coming through. Soul is gonna try and push. He gets flashbang though. He's just spraying like mad, trying to hold on. Vard coming with a DBS. Oh, and he gets taken out.
Нифига, он с ДБС просто сейчас развалит типов. Ой-ой-ой. Что он затащил просто корейцев домой, отправился с своим ДБСом.
Just beautiful patience there from Vard. Some great help from T-Bone on that angle to soften targets up. Soul was knocked jumping through the air. Now Denmark gonna be able to continue to lock down this more central compound. They've got kind of a potential winning position there. Sparking knocked. Haven going to be able to return the favor here from earlier in the game and res his teammate, but Japan doing what they can on the outskirts, but Germany has purview on their position, and yeah, there's not much that Japan could do without a lot of smoke.
Германия пока лидирует.
Yeah, it's honestly surprising they've been able to survive this long, given the position that they found themselves in. Is find at least some more points, given the position that he is on the west side of the circle, and it's going to center up
Какой-то пролаг был в сети.
Denmark-Brazil compound in, but for the 2 UK boys there in the top left, they might have had a valiant defense there against Korea, a triumphant defense, but now it's going to be really hard for them to push through into Brazil. That DBS is going to have to put in.
Да, не помогли, братан, не помогли. Вообще просто на ДБСе просто красавчик.
Yep, spotted done. Puchil's gone, but even like within like 30-40 meters, the DBS isn't that bad. It can do damage, but I love what we're seeing here from Germany, that they're at least trying to get into positions behind these hay bales, but a lot of those are the destructible ones, so that's not ideal. So you're gonna have to use the hillside. Mexico has a pretty nice position. If they can keep, their northern flank clear, they should be good to go.
I like the position there for Mexico. Even if that hay bale goes down, it seems like he has a lot of cover here with this slope that he can play with, especially proning out and considering how many teams are clustered on that western time.
Finna know.
You know, the
Leave him
car,
alone.
it's red.
Leave him alone.
Nothing sadder than a red car 98 in a situation like this one.
What?
So we got a replay of this?
What?
Oh my, what?
What? What?
No way.
Nuh-uh. I didn't even see this in the kill feed. Nuh-uh. Kowo, you absolute
Как,
jerk.
да?
What? I thought those were grenades.
Как типа на лицо упала хаешка, а он не умер. Вот такое бывает. Просто жесть. Просто на самом деле жесть.
That was a monster shot.
Kowo, you absolute nerd.
You know, we had the replay thing come up. I'm like, okay, sure. Like, well, what is good enough to actually justify bringing a replay of this moment? And no, that justifies it, man.
100%. Now he doesn't have any damn
Holy
bullets
crap.
in this car 98.
Yeah, he's been sad. I think even that SLR does not have much.
Nope.
He's finally getting cleaned up, but the push is going to come in here on Team Brazil. UK, they've worked magic before against the Korean squadron, especially with that DBS. We'll see if they can do more, but Germany is slowly inching in as well. And keep in mind, right beyond Brazil is Denmark in the most coveted building left in this one. And T-Bone again comes through. Headshot on Sparking to finish him off.
Even though, quick with the trade. So even though he loses a teammate, he's going to make UK pay. Good game for UK though. Really racking up some much needed points. But if Germany can win this game, they are going to really pull away from the rest of the pack. Really pull away from Brazil. Haven holding shield on the edge corner there.
Все, осталось топ-4.
I think he's got a res. Haven has to be careful of Denmark as well, but yeah, he should try to finish this. He has an opportunity, gets the headshot. Can't find the spray control on Vard, but Vard on the bad side of the circle has to make a move sooner or later. There is just enough room there that he can do some damage. Catches him healing. Should have to finish. Whoa, what are you doing? He only got the kill, but he only got the flush. He already had the kill.
Что это за фейл?
Instead it was the body. The downed body.
Что это за фигня была?
And he's able to get the finish there. A momentum swinger here for Team UK.
Oh no.
What an incredible turn of fate.
Heartbreak for Brazil. Still, they have had a really strong game. Klib now wants to finish the job. They want to clear out this flank, and yeah, they do. Vard goes down, so it's a 2v4. Denmark, their first PNC ever. Can they win an odd man situation? Or is it going to be Germany pulling away from the rest of this lobby?
It's a dangerous one. You might think that Denmark is favored here given this position that they have, but looking at all these angles the German players are working with, there really isn't too much to be found here for Team Denmark. If Germany's able to fan this one out and come into the right moment, they may be able to get the jump here on Gustav and Klib. But keep in mind, the circle is going to come to them. Klib, you see him switching over to the Car 98, trying to find some 7.62. Finally is able to load that one up, so it's going to be an odd Car 98 loadout for him.
Yeah.
And now come the smokes.
The Car 98, not bad in this situation, to be honest. I mean, if you can just find, like, you just need knocks here as Denmark. You're not looking for flushes, you're looking for the win. And the only way you're going to do that is getting knocks.
All right, phase 9, 5 seconds from commencing.
No.
I love this move here from Gustav. I'm not sure if the German boards are going to be expecting this one. Proning out onto the side.
Germany can just kind of lock down the edges, just play with the edge of the circle here. Just make sure that nobody's if nobody comes out from this side that Mika is watching, then the other side is where they can just turn their attention to. They know that it's open. Gustav springs into action, but immediately Mika's got damage in. Gustav. Yeah. Oh! Klib though got through undetected. Can he find another? That's just one of those. Shut down here. Kowo able to do some damage, and it is going to be the headshot in the finish. Germany
вот так вот Дания выиграла. Кто ждал такой исход? Точно никто, да? Или Германия, подожди, Германия забрала. Да, Германия, не Дания, Данию перестрелили.
To fight through right there at the end. 9 kills, most in the lobby, tied with the UK. And man, we were talking earlier about how for Team Germany, they're so consistent racking up points and racking up points and racking up points by playing the edge. You just need a couple cherries on top of that one, a couple of high kill wins to really cement yourself. And hey, that's what they got on Vikendi.
Yeah, And I told you Germany would do something that
Ну,
you wouldn't
честно,
expect.
катки предыдущие были лучше. Мне что-то не зашло прям. Такого пару эпичных моментов было и все. Ну, что-то скучно. Скучно оказалось.
That Axleft was knocked by the, or finished by the, or knocked by the, yeah, knocked by the Panzerfaust. Just absolutely dumb. Just dumb. That's just dumb, Kowo.
From that angle, too, there was so much distance. Usually when you see it, it's like, it's almost like shotgun range, right? Where somebody's, you know, maybe 20, 30 meters in front of you and just get the splash damage right on them. It's so hard to contest. I love the binoculars. What? I've never seen this at an esports event.
What is this?
They're
not that far away. It's like they're really close, actually. Okay, if you guys don't know at home,
it's closer than the Panzerfaust range.
Yeah, you don't need. Yes, exactly. You don't actually need binoculars to see the players. I just want people to understand.
I love that
there's not seats that are that far away.
Somebody get like a, what's it called, like a periscope, like the one thing like with the 2 eye or the 1 eye little.
Oh yeah. Is
it periscope? I'm so lost. No. I don't know these.
Maybe
nautical
periscopes are what come out of the. You know,
I think
you
you're
can
right.
see above stuff.
You can tell I'm not a sailor.
I don't know.
What a little.
It's what pirates have. I don't know.
Yeah, because they got that. They only got the 1 eye. They need the one little scope.
Maybe
with the one eyeball. Maybe it is a periscope. I'm gonna check on the break. But yeah, they're not very far away. I've never actually seen an esports fan bring a set of
Почему
binoculars.
Кыргызстана нету? Не знаю.
I don't know, man.
Походу не подали заявку.
Brazil continuing to have a good day. I think they should be very happy with
Надо им
where they're at.
выиграл поставить. Нифига себе.
With Haven at the end of that.
Мы тут смотрим, а их нету.
It is what it is. Sometimes you kind of misread a situation.
He thought he had the kill.
Ты как считаешь?
It happens to the best of us, dude. And you can see right there that sometimes you think you got it and sometimes you don't. But really, really good stuff overall here from Germany so far today. Getting the first win ever.
Ну нормально, что выбили, красавчики. Блин, вообще, да, не предугадаешь, кто побеждает. Катка за каткой рознь, блин, реально. Не, ну вот за забором это просто фейл, не знаю, был.
Any of what were effectively god compounds for the majority of that circle, just very well played there by Germany. Brazil, of course, with 6 kills, climbing up in the standings as well, all the way up to 41 points. And oh man, like I said, we didn't get the monster nade in this situation, but instead it was just a sequence of good
Хаешка, конечно. Блин, вот это вот сейчас так, вроде от тачки отходишь, а хаешка прям за тебя. Ну вот это момент, это просто жесть. Типы троем пушат, имеют раскид, идут, типа, а он дробаш достает и просто все минус 3 делает. Да, все от ситуации, конечно.
Oh, we didn't see any bears go down. That's right.
No bears.
Maybe tomorrow.
Ну да, голову на в конце.
I was told there'd be
да, орят. Дастин, фантастич.
First place there for Germany with 9 kills in total. Gonna be a 19-point win in the bag. That's a nice one right there. Almost double digits in terms of kills, as they're gonna climb all the way up to 50 in total.
5 teams with 10+ points there. That's pretty nuts. Vietnam had a really good game here. That push they had up towards the northeastern edge, good. Really good. Really
Офигеть, да? Блин, что-то в этот раз Корея вообще облажалась тоже, по факту. Вот знаешь, что вот я заметил, Бразилия стабильно вроде откидывается. Ну, реально.
Yeah, He-Mouse, especially with the DMR, has just been absolutely popping off. It feels like he is connecting with every single shot, racking up a ton of damage. You know, for Vietnam, they're still in striking distance. You know, they're top 8 overall in the leaderboards. And, you know, we have a lot of Pubg left to be played this weekend. It's only day 1, and we still have 2 Erangels left.
Yeah, we're only 4 out of 6. So, yeah, 2 Erangels. Kind of go back to the old faithful. Go back to the map we all know and love after going through the... It wasn't even that crazy of a circle, to be honest. It wasn't a field, which are actually pretty rare on McKinney. There aren't many fields actually on that map, so kind of an unusual finish.
Воткнулся. О, уши немножко отдохнут. Шея, точнее. Они так говорят, что все слышно и так. Все слышно и так.
В очередной катке победитель у нас Германия. Молодцы, ребята.
Yeah, but he didn't get a Panzerfaust kill from a bajillion miles away.
It's like 150 meters or something. It was crazy.
I don't even know. I don't even know what the max range is. Off the top of my head, I think it's like maybe 300 meters on a Panzerfaust, like if you absolutely arc it perfectly, but I'm not, maybe 250?
I have no clue. I've only ever used that thing in close range or, you know, frankly,
Теперь тебе понравилась карточка? Ну-ка, рассказывай мне. Понравилось или не понравилось? Так, и что, 50? Корея на второе место сместилась, на третье, точнее, Бразилия. Ну, вот они, ребята, а? Доминаторы, иди сюда, называется. Бразилия, Германия, Бразилия, Корея, USS. Кстати, вот в этой катке Вьетнам неплохо пострелял. Мне понравилось. Турки вообще бомба. Пацаны нормально. Пацаны, ребята, красавчики. Мне не понравилось. Но мне тоже так. Вот пару моментов это ДБС. Потом за забором он вроде подумал, что он его уже убил. Скипнулся на типа. А тот, короче, вообще откинулся и убил. Это фейл, конечно, максимально.
Already top with what, almost 10-point lead. Yeah, they might win the event if they can continue to play well. I mean, they look good on Miramar. If they look good on Erangel,
типа вот так вот.
Scary, very scary. Quick look at that last circle, and it's just, you know, Germany just has that extra hillside on the eastern edge that they can use to kind of cover themselves. Let these ding dongs on the other side of the circle fight it. Yeah, let them duke it out.
Yeah, and it looks really scary from this position here for Team Germany coming into this first fight, or this last fight, excuse me, because they're just wide open on the field, but there's just enough elevation that in close quarters, you really actually have a lot of terrain to play with. And this is something that, you know, you might not have that much experience with as a team coming in on the Kendi. As you said, there aren't many circles that end like that on this map. You don't have too many fields like that one, but Germany just able to play the hand that they were dealt to perfection, racking up a ton of damage. 1.6k, traveling a bajillion miles, 9 kills in total, and a lot of points on the board.
Yeah, just a very solid game. That is beautifully played from Germany because they were creative in that game. It wasn't just that they held their position, it was that they were getting up on the roofs, they were using their utility, using the Panzerfaust, switching out guns, swapping things out, kind of scraping by with what they had at times, losing out on a lot of 7-6 and things like that. So it is truly a kind of varied and impressive win, not just in the individual play, but also in kind of the thought that went into the individual decisions throughout that match.
Yeah, and you think of all the other teams that made it deep on Vikendi, usually just had 2 players or 3 players up, but they were able to successfully navigate it to have a 4-man squad in that last circle.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we are going to take another short break. We will be back with 2 more Erangels here at PNC. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Inspire the bird, rendition and technology, leading to the world, so stand up for the world, Fair City Soul.
I'm here today at Silverstone, the home of UK motorsport. I've been invited by the makers of Pubg to take part in a mystery challenge, and I can't wait to find out what it is. Today you'll be driving the Aston Martin DBX 707 under the guidance of a former Formula 1 world champion, Damon Hill. Wow.
Welcome to Silverstone. Do you want to know about the DBX 707?
I would love to.
Come with me.
Турки, это моя тема? Турки. Турки. Твоя тема? Да и не только твоя, походу. Иногда моя тоже рандомка. Нет? Ну, походу, да? Как-то так, но никак иначе. О, боги! Блин, жарковато, надо водички себе налить. Пока они запустятся. Что у нас еще? 5-й матч, Эрангель и 6-й Эрангель. В итоге Бразилия, Корея, USA, Германия. Просто нету пока доминаторов, которые явно побеждают. Ну, по идее, сейчас надо забирать... Кому? Бразилия, Корея. Кто у нас там в топе еще был? Бразилия топ забрала, Корея забрала, USA забрала, Германия забрала. Кто-то один там в топ-5 у нас ходил, что я... А, вот, эти, походу, скажи мне. Канада, да, вроде, нет? А, или подожди, или Аргентина. Хорошо стреляла. Ну, посмотрим. И рангель тоже интересно будет. Нет, две катки, две. Вот. Видишь, показывают матч 5, матч 6. Две каточки, потом дальше ап. Говорит. Блин, как мне этот параметр? А, вот параметр. Ну, не надо. Кто-то кидает мне там. Что-то кто-то кидает. Кто что кидает? Конечно, да, помню. А, Слава кидает. Да не, я же смотрю, Слав. Позже, брат.
Today, we'll be walking you through some gunplay adjustments and a brand new feature that's bound to sprinkle a dash of vibrancy, as well as a bit more wow into your weapons and wardrobe. Let's start with the Dragunov.
А, вот. Вон, так, документация.
Previously introduced as a chance-based damage weapon that you might have tried on the 25.1 test server, it is now ready to make its live debut with its damage carefully refined based on your invaluable feedback. By removing the probabilistic damage system and readjusting the damage per distance, the Dragunov is now ready to provide a variety of fair, dynamic gunplay scenarios. Now moving on to the AUG. It's time to restore equilibrium. We've heard your insights about its overperformance and recognized the potential imbalance. Initially, we did boost its power to encourage the use of 5.56mm weapons and catalyze a shift in the gunplay meta. However, in our pursuit of fair fight, we've decided to slightly reduce the AUG's RPM, which should be enough to align it more closely with other options in the game, and enhance the overall balance. Next up, let's swing the spotlight onto our upgraded weapons skin system. Meet Chroma, a feature allowing you to alter the color and visual effects of your weapons. Chroma includes changes to weapon appearance, attachments, death crates, and kill feeds. And if you possess the appropriate progressive weapon skin, applying this feature is as simple as clicking an icon. Update 25.2 has more to offer, so make sure to delve into the patch notes for all the details. And as always, we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Сейчас пацаны пока там походят, наверное, по туалетам, соберутся, и тогда пойдем. МК-12, кстати, неплохой скинчик. Угу. Да, от бедра, молодец. Любители от бедра пострелять, ленивцы. Вообще надо бедро убирать с этой игры. Чтобы все стреляли только от мушки. Или через прицел. Чисто удобная штука, поэтому все стреляют только от бедра. Зачем заморачиваться? Блин, вот я не пойму, знаете, прикола какого? Сейчас потише сделаю. Вот, ну на самом деле, Теглтон заходил к нему на канал, он там прям разваливает, не знаю, соло. 100 киллов просто, типа, уничтожает в такой хлам, пушка просто. Думаешь, боже, что за киллы, что творит этот тип? Вот то, что у него сейчас команда есть, типа, допустим, это ему максимум помощники. Где от него прям супер-мега скилловая игра, там, не знаю, разваливание по КТ. Их просто зажали американцы, в третьем матче и уничтожили. Я что-то не вижу нифига. То ли дома он, получается, с софтом играет, что ли? А здесь он, естественно, софт не может поставить. Непонятно. Но вообще просто гипер какой-то тип. Кто заходил, смотрел, наверняка знает то, что я говорю. В данный момент, мне кажется, там равных для него не должно быть. Это паблики, в пабликах раки играют. Нет, я понимаю, что паблики, ну, зажим никто не отменяет там и тут. Зажим и чтение игры. Он нули на поход, до похода спейс. Получается так. А как иначе? Я не могу, для меня в моей голове не складывается. Где тип просто, не знаю, нагибает, вообще никого не чувствует, соло склады разносит, не знаю, по 3-4 склада, а потом заходит в киберспорт и там типа... На него смотришь, он там вроде что-то поделал, все. Не знаю. Могу, конечно, ошибаться, но... Пока я не увидел такого, чтобы там... О, Теглтон, вот это вот невероятно, он там что-то сделал еще. Ну, это, конечно, мое мнение, я не говорю вам склоняться под мое мнение. Ну, как бы вот такое. Наблюдатель. Рак. Да я не скажу, что он рак, ну как? Как получается так? Так он, да, вроде? Ну, вот просто, я не знаю, давай видео возьмем какое-нибудь.
It is what it is.
No.
Не знаю, давай.
Two up, I'm not one.
Yeah. Let's go.
Oh my god.
Нарезочка, да, вот?
Oh! Boys, that's a top 5 spray I've hit in my career.
Ну, типа.
Where did this guy go?
Понятно, канистра, ладно, там тип.
What? What? What the f? Someone's gonna clip that from start to finish. Oh my god.
Ну ладно, это бот слева там, я не знаю, бежал. Ну, видит, да, типа, как бы такой.
We're gonna jump over it, surely he'll run up and peek out and we'll just fly by him.
You can only come up on the right side.
Ладно. Теглтон потом будет платить мне за пиар.
Part of why this team consistently in the first 3 maps we played today was racking up points after points after points. They weren't getting the wins, but they were getting high in the
Да хрен его
leaderboard.
знает,
And
ребят.
then finally in game 4, hit
Непонятно,
so much. And
непонятно,
let's get
очень
to it.
странно.
Let's go to Erangel for the next one.
Ну что, погнали, 5-я катка, Эрангель. Смотрим, наблюдаем ваши ставки, дамы и господа. Скорее, соберись, алло.
And away we go. It is match number 5. Erangel getting a good look at the bridge.
Только сейчас топ-1.
Before we zoom into the air to see the plane path. And pretty fair one right down the middle, right across the island, up through Razak and school.
Нормально по
Just a little bit
громкости?
east of Severny on the
Или
finish
чуть
end.
тише сделать?
So really, nothing to complain about with
Снизу,
this
да,
one.
да.
Again, there are hot drops potential here, folks.
Спасибо,
I
ребят, за
heard
лайки.
that maybe South George, Milta, I think, got abandoned. I'm not sure about anywhere else.
I thought Pachinki might have had one on the,
think
the
it-
stat sheet that we had from the scrims,
I
but
think they resolved it, maybe, but we'll see.
always fun to get hot drops in Pachinki, man.
Those are the best.
They're
That
a
is-
lot of fun.
That's the only spot worth hot dropping over, if I'm being honest.
Норм,
And I think
окей.
China's going to get it to themselves. I assume.
Погнали.
Flashbacks to PWS and,
Так, чё,
like, PCS
Германия
Asia.
Приморск полетела.
Yeah, China
Так,
was
врубаю
just
тебя на
bullying
телек, не
everybody.
матюкаться и попу не показывать.
Everybody,
Хорошо,
yes, it was
понял.
17 gaming would
Добро.
bully everybody out of Pachinki.
Yep. They still do.
Doesn't
And
surprise
nothing's
me.
changed.
It
Nothing's
doesn't
changed.
surprise me. Yeah, it's just such a great staging point for really any circle that Aaron Gell
Понял,
can throw at
Серов,
you. It's
принял.
fantastic to rotate
Будем
from. The
фильтровать
loop
речь.
is top tier. Get everything that you want and more.
Внимание, сегодня стрим EvilRoM не матерится, так сказал Space, значит надо сделать это, потому что у него дети ходят, поэтому ну его нафиг. И ничего такого не показываем, вебку выключили.
Прыгнули бы все школы? Ага, конечно, да, полетят, конечно.
In prime position to maybe take those warehouses to the east of Severny.
Так, ну что у нас тут?
The warehouse, it's only one.
Корея куда-то летит.
Yeah, there's some little tiny compounds with some houses, but that's about it.
Оу,
Been playing parachute
ну
simulator.
ясно,
Going
ребята
through the
летят.
trees and he's
Oh,
okay.
this is Yesnaya, okay.
Yep, the
Okay,
demo
okay.
drop spots.
And for a second I was all turned around and thought he was
Так,
going
они здесь
someplace
что,
else,
соло,
but-
да?
All right.
Это северный.
Yeah, nice spread. I mean, this
Северный
circle is
тоже
so
пустой.
far north. I'm kind of wondering
Куда все
exactly
попрыгали
what
тогда,
the gameplay is
получается?
gonna be. I'm looking at the map feed right now in Brazil. It looked like they were planning on landing in Novo. In fact, they might have landed in Novo or already crossing the bridge. And we're only 2 minutes into this one.
Вот как-то разъезжаются на транспорте, вот сейчас он один лутается. Ну ладно, окей. Может просто рядом никого. Бразилия уже выехала куда-то. На Великобританию, типа не перезаряжен даже. Он перезарядился. Один с хаешкой едет. В руках хаешка больше, чем лето. Понимаю, понимаю.
I don't assume they're going to try to fight the UK for Milta.
Yeah, I don't think they have weapons really.
No.
I think they just peace out. Even if they were to fight into Milta and potentially win, it would bog them
Помельты
down
по берегу
so
погнали.
much on the eventual rotation and in
В
the
сторону
circle. I think that
мультипауэр полетели.
probably if you're Brazil, you go maybe all the way to the edge, go to Milta Power or Lipovka, pick up some hot loot, and then just send it back into the circle.
Yep.
That would be my game plan at least.
Ну да, наверное, вот это сейчас дома залутают. Залутают? Да,
I think they're going
залутают.
to go spread out around this, yeah, the Milta Power, Milta Mini area, and then just
Увеличенный лут, мне
make a
кажется,
run
нет?
for it up that East Coast road.
Ну, пока не видно. В этом доме не видно было, что он увеличенный.
Denmark's got some work
Канада
to do out
что-то
of the
закрывает
military
здесь.
base, but I already
Ой,
see them kind of
тачку себе поставил, потом уже неудобно будет выходить.
fanning out. I
Понимаю,
think really
понимаю.
trying to cover ground with loot to see if they can find an emergency pickup would be
Так,
my
мы
guess
болеем
with
всеми
Denmark.
руками и ногами за турок.
Already have one, considering how hard they're sticking on to the military island.
You would think if you're lucky, they're not super common.
Покажите карту на весь экран, пожалуйста. Так, это у нас под рожком выше, получается, кемпы. Да. Рожок выше кемпы, которая за мостом. Валера, привет, спасибо большое от души за лайк.
I don't know. I'm actually not sure what the percentages are.
Я тоже хорошая игра, приятного просмотра.
I've definitely looted entire cities and not found one. And then other times I've
Они уже рофлят с турок.
and scratched my head.
The loot gods give it and they take it away.
Yeah. That's really the big question right now I have is do we find the emergency pickup? Top 3 kills, Clip, Mika,
Так,
Gustav.
Дания катается у нас на Сосновке.
Yeah.
Kills. I remember him getting a lot of frags, but I didn't think that he would be top 3.
Well, now Denmark's 5th place, so you know, picking it up in the last couple
he's
games.
number 1 in damage.
Yeah, Gustav.
Дэмэдж.
Great
МК-X6.
one. It's Chris. Just
Хорош, хорош.
such a
Эмочку
good
будешь
player
забирать?
for so long, is it?
Зачем ему разные патроны?
You gotta be so
Почему эмку не
impressed with him.
заберет?
So smart.
Либо тра
Got so
СЛР-очку
many
забери.
historic moments. Sparking right there too. Just, you know, hasn't been at an international event for a little while. And making up for it big time here on day one.
Посыпал.
Опа,
Немец с панцером бегает. А на поле танки грохотали, а немец бегал с панцерфаустом. Я рофлю. Все нормально.
Love to see it.
Секундочку, водички. Это кто кушает или наблюдает мой стрим? Приятного аппетита. От души, как говорится, в душу.
Japan's... I hate this spot. Don't do it. I hate this spot.
I'm not a fan.
Hate this spot.
No, Japan's a good defensive team, but this is a hard position to defend, and really rotating out of it is just such a pain.
I think, yeah, this early, like, when you have basically only two teams that have prio ahead of you.
Все, давай уже начинайте стреляться, ну. Мы наблюдаем все. Это вот так сейчас. Вот так?
Вы понимаете?
Нет.
Сильный.
А где давай мясо?
Давай мясо! Давай мясо!
О, то, что нам не хватает.
Too much up close, they'd like to play kind of similar to the way that Chinese Taipei has been playing.
Давай мясо, давай мясо.
More slow, more conservative, try and play defensively.
Давай нам мясо уже, давай мясо. Так, ну что у нас тут северная? Северная тишина, пока спокойствие.
Не, надо, короче, по такому мегафону, да, говорить, озвучивать. Итак, что у нас тут? Саунд Корея, Сеул. Так, Минька и Аук. 4X. От четверки бегает, наверное, шестерочку не нашел. Так, это они куда наверх едут? Это выше северного где? Ламбер.
I mean, I think we all know that their team is better than this, but these are the kind of things that, you know, can kind of get in your head a little bit as a player competing on stage, where you might start second-guessing yourself and then you're not taking fights as cleanly or as confidently as you otherwise would. So I'm hoping for Turkey's sake that this game they come through and get, you know, a handful of points on the board, a couple of different players getting a couple of kills, just so they can kind of reset and come into day 2 and day 3 with kind of a second wind, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, but the problem for Turkey is, unless they have just absolutely monster games the rest of the way out, they're actually just, there's almost no hope already that they can win this thing.
Right.
It's unfortunate. I thought Turkey would be a lot better than they are, to be completely honest. I'm very much shocked. I'm truly shocked.
Yeah, 22 points for them in top 8. I hear the Korean commentators losing their cool over something, and I'm trying to find out what it is.
Driving on the this is Germany stuff. Like, I don't know, there's nothing to lose your mind about here. This is classic Germany.
Yeah, I love this edge play. I mean, it's been so good for them over the first 4 games, you know? Or the first 3 games, excuse me, where they, you know, didn't rack up too many kills, but they got a good number of them, and they got a lot of placement points as well. And then finally to have all the pieces come together there on Vikendi and pick up, God, what was it, like 19 points in total, and just catapulting them into first place. The first team to crack 50 points in total on the board.
Yeah.
Now, there's no need to reinvent yourself. Just continue to play this slow, conservative style. Play the edges, try to catch people on the rotations, and you know, you're almost guaranteeing yourself for some placement points as long as you play it correctly. If you have the intel and all your players could execute,
yeah,
it's tough to not get placement points, even if you're not getting the win.
Yep, 100%. Fully agree. They're a very smart team. Like I said at the beginning of this today, they're extremely smart, so they can definitely get it done. Uchil's just using a smoke to make sure that he's safe while he's doing whatever he's doing in the corner there, and then piecing on out. H-Win flirting with Chinese territory, as we did see in the previous game on Vikendi that USA lost a player to Longskirk early on. It was not ideal, but this time I think they're going to avoid that. But where are they going to go? Oh, no.
Are they going to Japan spot?
Yep. They're going to drive through it. I don't know if they're going to go into it. Let's see.
Oh, Imhawk with the God angle. Immediately Dex Shrimsy. King gets H-Win as well with a headshot. Kickstar fights back, is able to take down Imhawk. Kind goes down as well. Kickstar doing some good damage control, and a runs over gain for That insult to injury right there. USA, one man down, one man knocked. It is Shrimsy as they're going to try and hold on now. Pure Boy coming in. The cavalry, his defense takes a ton of damage, isn't quite yet knocked. And USA is going to eliminate Japan, losing only one man. They were caught by surprise, but still.
Ой, ну это вообще, это просто странно, что китайцы не тащат, да.
Well, there is some parachuting here from Chinese
Так
Taipei.
что нельзя, вот и не тащат. Ага. Япония домой, да, отправилась? Выехала. Ой-ой-ой. Да что такое?
At least the trees are there. He should be okay. You gotta be careful there, Zenon. Woo, Adam. At least given an opportunity to do some damage. Savior out in the open, though.
Блин, мне папа звонит, звонит. Что там за ног был сверху? Видели?
Done and dusted. Somebody's gonna get that point, and I think it's gonna be Vietnam. Nope, Keenan got it. Wow, Keenan, nice job.
Так, ну чё, у нас большинство пока что... Да, ё-моё.
I'm gonna go down and talk to Kane after today and be like, don't go to that position, my friend.
Yeah.
It's they almost pulled it off, the defense with just two of them. Just Emok and Kane were there initially, but yeah,
I think they just need one more knock. I mean, the first one was really good. The cars were lined right up for him, but you only have what, like 2 seconds, maybe 2.5 seconds to make those shots happen and have that spray transfer. And after that, your window's closed, and suddenly you have all these guns coming down on you.
Yep. And the other problem with that position is, let's say sometimes you even win that fight, maybe. Let's just give them the benefit of the doubt there. A lot of times there's a team not too far away that's going to throw a grenade at you and just ruin your round anyway.
Yeah. Odds of you finishing that fight with a victory and having all 4 players up are very low. Probably going to be at least 1 or 2 knocks. And 1 or 2 knocks there, it's a very relatable position.
Американцев, да, залетело просто 4 килла. Нормально, Япония заехала. Просто приехал опять на лицо. Ну что это такое? Что за дела? Так, главное не материться. Не материмся. Что-то серьезного остался сейчас, наверное. Нет, там наоборот праздник. Машину выбирает в автосалоне и со мной советуется, звонит. А я его консультирую, чтобы все нормально было, чтобы ничего другого не накидали. Ой, приехали, запушили, убили, уехали. Остряет Тиглтон. Ну-ка, ну, где? Тиглтон, где? Панцер, где, брат? Во. Смотри. Но. Да куда? Куда далеко? Ну в угол кинь. Блин. Панцер просто. Если его переставить, ты просто жить. Ну! Видели? Не, вы видели, да, это? Ай, парень сидит, смотри, ждет. А? Локи, это тот парень, который не умеет летать. И опять, заметьте, Китай и Япония очень рядом друг с другом. Ой, Корея. О, видел? Он видел его? Крутят? А как они отпускают китайцев? Бразилия сейчас дроп залутает, походу. Что, Тиглтон не подняли? Подняли? Не подняли. Да. Как вот он знал, что он там, и он его не перестрелял? Тиглтон уже не тот, да? Просто потеряли пацана. Да. Только правильно, как? Смотрите, не видит. Он его не увидел. Бразилия лежит. Смоки. Бом. Что делаешь?
Во-первых, он типа справа не перестрелял. Ну все, ладно, в трубу залетело. Потом панцир взял. Лучше бы уже панциром стрельнул бы, отошел немножко от дома, стрельнул во второй этаж, куда он хаешку подкинул. Через окно бы, прям в окно, тип на втором этаже бы нокнулся. Тогда бы уже второй бы подошел, этого бы с двух сторон бы расстреляли. Элементарные вещи. Как? Просто. Ты киберкотлетник, ну ты стреляешь панциром далеко, даже не в угол. В окно, просто в окно и все. Ну, как-то так. О-о. Беги! Так, у нас максимально пока так же, да, еще 4 килла. Это американцы сделали. Куда он собирался, панциром? Стоит такой. Дракон. Я бы то лучше отыграл бы тот момент. Ой-ой-ой. Ой-ой-ой, наверху. Ой-ой-ой, Аргентина просто пацана саппортят своего. Просто, смотри, сэшка. Влетели. Перекрестку такой попали. Он выжил, он спрыгнул. Спрей куда-то дает. Ну-ка. Ой, улетела во второе окошко. О, нет, смотри! Офигеть! Попала. Индия. Уехал, боже! Вот это его команда просто помогла.
As people may or may not know, grenades don't like to go around corners. They don't do so well. I think he might have been right there in the bathroom.
Прикольный момент. Он выжил просто потому, что помогли ему тиммейты сзади.
Korea now trying to reinforce this northwestern edge. Anonix going to be left on the flank to watch, and actually quite a bit of space. Korea has to double check the shooting range in case there's a snake or something.
Так, у нас что только? -2, -2, -1. У Австрии -2 и Индии -2. Остальные Парчифу, Бразилия -1, США -1, ТХ. Не знаю, что такое ТХ. Что за команда?
That's really nice. Oh, it's so good from Rybox.
Хорошая. Давай еще дополняй. О, на, все. Хорошо. Куда? А куда они прилетели? А зачем они опять сюда приехали? Что делают? Ну типа сейчас еще туда хаешки докидайте. Ну это минус. В опане сильно бегал. Опа. Турки живы, смотри. Турки, может, сейчас USA постреляют. Да, турок сразу ноки один. Великобритания нокнула. Оп. Да давай!
Crazy down, one knock here. Longsker, so good. Pongsker able to get the flush.
Панцером никого не было.
Just Longsker alive, but he is
Китайцы душат.
force to be reckoned with. As we have seen time and time again, Leo the only one up
А этот видит, вообще просто навредит сейчас.
On the bad edge of that circle, there is no hope for him. Mortars now starting to rain.
О, чуть-чуть дальше бы еще.
First one, a bit off the mark, I think a bit to the right. Yeah, to the right from his.
О, что творят. Давай чуть дальше.
Do they have a spotter? Okay, here we go again.
Вообще тут турки панцер. Каннибал, твои друзья, каннибал.
The angle a bit off there. Johnny Saipe eventually did get eliminated. How did heaven? I don't know actually.
О, еще этот шумоподавитель от легких пришел.
They came out of shooting range. I didn't expect them to get this far out. This is ambitious.
I was so focused on the mortars.
This, yeah, I know. But this
Канада крутит Корею.
What I would say is usual for South Korea, especially for this team. Like Dono was generally pretty cautious in the early games. Well, I guess not always. I take it back. Sometimes they can be a little bit aggressive, but they really want to take a fight. So did Canada, and Canada, flirting with disaster.
Circle hard shifts over there at the east.
Далеко, хаешечка.
Throwing a nade. Does go wide on these Canadian players. Want to keep in mind, by the way, that long
Давайте голос другой поставлю.
off screen, deep in the blue, over to the west, just taking it hardcore right now. We'll see if he's able to survive from that and work his way
Они
back
опять
in.
это в яме решили,
A lot
братская.
of meds if he wants to make that happen.
If all of his dead teammates had fresh jammer packs, he's fine. For
Yeah.
like another minute, maybe.
It starts to chunk a little bit, though.
He might be able to find a backstab onto an Onyx. And Onyx
Какую-то
knows
позицию
watching that
очень
edge
странную
very
заняли.
closely. So I think an Onyx has done a good job kill track. Excuse me, kill
Минус кольцо.
tracking. Duck juice.
Обратите внимание, у нас турки-то живые еще.
Really
Вьетнам тоже ничего стреляет. Ой-ой-ой-ой. Ну почему назад ты не отходишь? Почему ты дальше на лицо? Пулеметчик, просто до свидания.
Clories gets knocked by Clip with a bolt from range, and this has opened up a lot of space for Germany to potentially just wipe Vietnam out.
Ой-ой-ой. О, хорошо. Хорошо ему голову дал.
Mika
С СЛРшки, а? X4. Сейчас вот это надо ловить, пробежку слева. Побежал. Давай, волшебную, кидай. Ну, не долетела. Вот это. О, отлично, хороший ног. Еще надо кидать. Этого потеряли по-любому, все. Пятая фаза. Поинт надо забирать. Опа, смотрите куда. Смотри. Они не видят. Ура! Турки сделали фул 1 килл. Живи! Еще вкатывают. Ой, еще. Тачка, сейчас взрыв. О, Корея. О, задавила тачкой. Что это за взрыв? Почему они эту всю яму забирают? Ты что в пятой фазе ты делаешь, чувак? Хиль аптеку. А у него нету ничего.
Those bolts for Clib, he is just absolutely feeling it this game.
Longsker is still in the blue.
Две анаконды.
This whole time, Longsker is still in the blue. He is working his way in. He's off screen right now to the west of Canada. He's getting closer and closer.
How many jammer packs and meds are
Турки еще сделал килл.
I have no idea, but he's getting.
2-1.
All right, now we have him on screen. He's popping another first aid kit. He has, I think, 2 more left.
Yeah, he's gonna have to use. I don't think he can get in.
He has a med kit and 2 bandages. Maybe he can't get in, but we'll see if he can get some flushes.
He might be able to get a kill.
He gets spin up.
No.
Ой-ой-ой.
Okay.
Офигеть.
He stayed in the blue for so long. I actually forgot about
Ой-ой-ой,
him.
2 хэшки надо было кидать.
That was like a full minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes.
Everybody forgot about him. There's no way.
Куда вкатывают?
That long. Denmark trying to swarm Brazil, and they do. Clip.
Он
Was he in the car with
Он
us?
двоих? Одного в голову, скоряка. Одного так убил, да? Опа, 4 не получилось. У тебя нокнутый справа, чувак. А, у тебя ни смока, ничего нет. Как больно стреляют. Хаешка. Хорошая хая. Минус. Еще. Смотри, о, минус 3. Один остался. Поднимать надо, очень поднимать надо. Ну все. Вот это да. Жесть. Это просто жесть. Турки еще сделал килл. Ой-ой-ой, это все. Ой-ой, хорошо. Поднимай, давай. Давай, течет. Давай, не теряй. Потерял. Одного потерял, зря.
Like sharks, they smell blood in the water here, and oh my God,
this
honey badger just spraying across the ridge line.
Турки задымились.
Really smart stuff. Know that there's not a lot of positions that they can hide. It's just a hillside. Scoville gets 2. Huge
Лево, стреляй.
Love to see it there from Turkey. I love that play. Now it's T-Bone.
No.
He gets the mad. He gets scored as well, but at least Turkey finally got on the board. 4 points in total. The monkey is off their back. They've got to be feeling very good about that. Even
Они
if
в
they
опанах
lost the fight
сидят
there to
просто и
the
с маками душат друг
South
друга.
Korea looking to swing out. Argentina's right on their heels potentially. I'm not sure. Clip though, that grenade's good. Didn't matter. Good with the Og.
Да.
Argentina getting backed off now. His Rybox knocked. Emix trying to go for the res.
Жесть.
A little bit of utility. Being
Давай, давай,
acquired here
Корея,
by
давай, у
Loki
тебя
to
есть
make sure that
возможность.
they are good to go for this late game.
Души, души!
Korea in a strong position. UK as well with 3. If Argentina can
Хаешки,
get the
хэшки
res,
на тра.
they're going to be back up to 4. I think it should be resable, I think.
Куда собрался?
I like the terrain here for Korea, but the fact that Argentina
Ой-ой-ой. Великобритания сверху тоже, знаешь, как очень прям видно им. Во-во-во.
It's a really dangerous spot to be in here for Korea in the circle. It is going to favor them. It shifts back up to the north.
Дания, посмотрите. Там лежит бедолага, вообще далеко. Это все. Пытается заползти. Помоги! Помоги, брат, помоги! Заходи, заходи, я закрою за твою дверь. Видели? Дверь закрыл и потом через нее прошел. Понимаю.
The UK do. They're completely right now just clearing out the edges. They're making sure that everything in the south is good to go because they know Clip
Кто-то
is
видит,
out
что-то
here.
знает?
T-Bone pretty might have saw him. I'm not sure.
He's certainly suspicious.
Yeah.
He might not have confirmation, but he seems to have a hunch.
He's
Сейчас через дверь поеду, смотри. Сейчас тот постреляет, тот будет стрелять. Смотри, они, короче, едут на это байт, а этот будет стрелять.
Don't hit that rock too hard.
All right, well,
Он видит.
Clip
О,
with an
он
8X
видит.
Car 98 is going to need to pop some big heads. Oh, that's a level 3 helm.
Ой, тихо.
Come on, brother.
Blue is closing in. Wants to get the shot here on T-Bone. He only has 1 or 2 peaks left as the blue is chunking him. Not going for the
Но он
heal.
не побеждает.
And
Не
finally,
попадает.
T-Bone is able to close that
Ой-ой-ой.
one out with a mini 14. So UK, they now have the southern side under control. Korea, they heard these shots, they heard the vehicles, they have a very good read on where the
Ой-ой-ой-ой, Корея сейчас будет страдать, мне кажется, нет? А им надо все равно спускаться. А нет, там нормально, там лоу-граунд хороший. В принципе, сейчас open, да, будет. И эти. А, что же? Ой-ой-ой, то нок. Нету нока, нету. Ой, как неудобно. Ой, хорошо прилетел ему. Великобритания их сейчас просто стреляет все. Ой-ой-ой. Щит поставил. Ну, нам перебегать в смоках и щит ставить опять. Ай, вообще душнилово. Аргентина еще там снизу, смотри. А пятерок-то у Аргентины мало было, там 45 штук, что ли? Ой, подходить будут. Ой, сейчас хаешки полетят. О, жесть. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. Все, Аргентина сейчас будет подходить, смотри. О, все. Там 2 нока, здесь нок поднимает. Вот это интересно, да. Слева, слева. Пока это занят. Может поднимет, может поднимет. О, они в опене, все. Ну, занят, Корея, давай, давай. Разрез. Разрез весь. Разрез весь. Блин, его крутанули уже. Ой, тихо, тихо. Кирса, ляж. Ой-ой-ой, 2 нока.
The pans are out now as he's done. There you go. Okay, great job here by Argentina.
Красавчик, да, когда мне там участвует. Я говорил, помните в начале, что Аргентина еще должна этот топ занять. Можете перемотать, посмотреть.
Man, they played that position absolutely perfectly. Just let the United Kingdom and Korea cannibalize each other on the open face of that hill. And then once you see the knocks come in, swoop in, steal those kills, secure the win. Argentina wins with 3 men up,
я тоже хочу
1
ставки.
man knock.
Почему?
13
Какие 1,5 миллиона? Я
kills
тоже
in
хочу.
total. I think the second highest
Что
kill
это такое?
count for any team in that lobby was 7. So Argentina is absolutely mopping up. They played that circle perfectly and launched themselves in a top 3.
Yeah, just a really, really brilliantly executed game here from Argentina.
А что за фигня? Там типа бабки можно было ставить или что?
Controlling their territory, making sure that no one really did critical damage to them, and even close to critical damage to them. Ale was the closest to being finished out of that. Really, really nicely done. And again,
короче, какой-то это...
I think might have snuck under the radar for a lot of people, but
ладно, я потом это почитаю
a lot
обязательно.
of these players are very, very, very strong.
Чтоб на следующей катке
They're coming in here with a lot of confidence, a lot of smiles.
Там бабки, что ли, можно ставить?
We could see a run here from Argentina would be really exciting.
They're in a great position to do it, especially if they continue to perform up to that level on Erangel. Erangel, of course, can be played 5 more times over the course of this tournament. It's just the first taste of it today. As Argentina just racked up so many points. I mean, that's what, a 23-point game for them. Absolutely launching them through the standings. For the United Kingdom, the defending champs coming into this one, that was a hard hand to be dealt. They had to work through the downhill portion of that hill with basically no cover whatsoever.
Балл отличав? Я понял. Я думал, там бабки, нифига себе, 1,8 миллиона куда-то улетело. Я уже тут был готов. Короче, я же говорил, вот в начале этой катки стрима, когда показывали здесь результаты, и говорил про Аргентину, прикинь. И так получилось. Нормально, нормально.
Yeah, man, if UK could have found the timing where like they had gotten knocks and they weren't getting like double headshot every time they even tried to get in vehicles.
Да, это вообще нормально там было. Заруба. На всякое. Я понял, да я вот этот собираю дропс. Не, уже 81%, я 10 EP получил, сейчас 20 EP получу. Будет 30. Ну типа в игре потом вот эти вот на ПКС наборы можно тратить. Не, ну чё, вот это вот нормальная каточка была. Сейчас еще одна будет. Красавчик, как дела?
Strictly speaking, in terms of terrain, they were able to make it work because they pretty much had a
Аргентина, конечно, вовремя потянулась, увидела, что ноки были снизу и потянулась. Вот это хорош. Ну, как хорошо он дал голову. Здесь перебежать ему надо было. Перебежать за УАЗик надо было и хилиться. Он лег и лежит. Ну, за УАЗик бы перебежал бы, его не увидели бы, ё-моё. Просто за УАЗик. С той стороны он сделал 2 нока. В него бы никто бы не стрелял бы. Так, ну Корея тоже, смотри, сделала 12 киллов. И у нас турки сделали 4 килла, между прочим, понимаете? 2 килла и 2 помощи. 2 килла, получается. 2 помощи, получили 4 очка. Джапан, Индия вообще плохо сыграла в этой. Германия тоже. Вот смотри, Германия занимала топ-1, а сейчас сделала вообще просто 1 килл. Это была... Нет. За яму это было не турков. Турки были чуть дальше, если смотреть сверху в нижний кемп, то они были справа наверху. Это не там было.
with some
Я покажу.
insane damage. He had those nades. He had some really clutch kills. 727 damage in total. 5 kills, 5 knocks.
Не настолько.
Great job. Just again, a guy who's been around for a really long time in Pubg esports, and showing you that we're seeing this a lot here today. That the veterans,
ё-моё.
in particular, are having
Где бы по-нормальному показать? Ну вот она же.
The wily veterans able to find those points, able to find those maneuvers.
Нельзя приблизить нормально.
Get those big points. Argentina.
Бред.
What a huge day they're having. Just awesome to see.
13 kills especially. It's like they're getting
Он не приближает. Максимум так только. Короче, у них, вот знаете, где была драка? Сейчас покажу. Это верх, рожок, дорога. У них драка была вот здесь, вот здесь, на этой метке. Вот эта ямка здесь. А турки были вот здесь, вот в этой метке.
Behind Argentina, so things have once again tightened up at the top of the leaderboard. It looked like maybe Germany was.
После, если ты при просмотре канала Pubg получишь 50 баллов, а не только на канале, ты будешь смотреть другие стримеры, там можно тратить бонус ключа, подключиться на стриме, так что можно участвовать в голосовании, кто выиграл в голосовании, получает определенные баллы. Понял. Мне интересно. Для меня это не актуально. Ну что, шестая катка будет крайняя. Как думаете, кто заберет топ-1? Давай я этот сейчас сделаю, подождите секунду.
They could come in first place by the end of this weekend. They could come in last. It's really hard to say. And so far for India, I feel like they've been having a hard time getting started, but certainly the potential is there. And I think, as they said before coming into today, they want to kind of feel things out and then move on from there into day 2 and day 3. If they use this as a staging point, could be good things in their future.
I guarantee they're learning some important lessons, and some of this edge things that they're trying to do at times just aren't quite sliding their way, and they're getting caught in positions where maybe a lot of teams kind of have a little bit more experience, let's just be honest, at the international level. And that's nothing against India. I mean, again, their first game, they look pretty solid, they look pretty comfortable, and we hope to see them, continue to kind of rebound and perform very well. That's what we want to see. No doubt about it. Top 4 teams from match 5. Lots of distance traveled there for the UK. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I'm sad that Germany didn't crack the top 4. I want to see how much distance they traveled as well. I feel like they've been getting top 4 pretty much every single match.
Where the heck was the UK driving that they put through 44? Denmark was the furthest away from them. They dropped military base.
Это только первый день, да.
It's hard for me.
We can't keep track of everything.
Это же первый день. Там же еще дни будут.
Keep fresh in the mind, at least for me.
No, well, no one can.
It's one of the least consequential things.
There's too much going on unless it's like a really unique rotation.
19 смоков. Аргентина кидала. Или Корея.
Yeah. You're not gonna notice it. It's just like. But anyway, regardless, interesting stuff. UK though, kind of starting to get their feet underneath them a little bit.
Да, они даже не попали. Да, это говорили даже то, что типа байт в том, что их много, и они за них, короче, ставят купоны, типа больше. И все байтятся, типа, о, больше купонов, значит, типа Китай. Китай вообще игру не показал. Абсолютно. Только вот с макросами, с говном они играют. В паблике, в обычном.
Picked it up a little bit, done a little bit differently in that game. Yeah, I saw it coming from a mile away. I mean, it's just, and that's what's kind of.
Go to shooting range.
Yeah, why not just go to shooting range instead? I don't know.
Or
Severny.
Severny was
South
wide
Severny
open,
tip is yes. And then we saw South Korea use that position to eventually get to where they got to, right? They used that South Severny tip.
Не все еще? Так они же вроде должны пару дней. At
least don't be the first one there. Yes. Do what like the US did.
You can be the last one in that spot. It's fine. Can't be the first.
Конечно, вроде не один.
I mean, that's kind of Japan's play style. Even going back to PWS, Japan usually kind of likes to play this slow, conservative style, and sometimes it works.
But we weren't seeing that earlier, though. That's what I'm frustrated about.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I mean, hopefully they'll come back and do something a little bit different here on the final Erangel of the day.
Hopefully. Turkey got points. We're very happy about that. Very, very happy about that. I did not want to see them struggle any longer. That is not enjoyable by any stretch, because that team is, like you were saying, too good. That's
the most exciting thing that we can all hope for here is for a very strong midfield.
Вперед, получение наград 19-27-5.
There's a lot on the line every single game, and so hopefully India and Turkey are going to step up here coming into the final map of the day.
А что, реально, что ли, это будет? С одного? А, вот мне здесь почти дали. Я не знаю, может, ты прав реально? Типа вот, кто сейчас выиграет, тот и выиграет. Ладно, давайте смотреть дальше. Походу, реально один день. Готовимся на Эрангель.
Drop the beat, drop the beat.
You're vibing with the music on Erangel today.
Yeah, I am.
I was with the intro show, and then you are.
День первый просто. Нет, мне кажется, не за один день. Написано, типа, Pubg, Кубок 2023, день первый, day первый. Да не, еще будет, по-любому.
Kind of a relatively fair circle. Not very far to the west, but pretty much everything here in play.
Yeah, no, I mean, so far we haven't seen any crazy plane paths on Erangel. It's been...
I would say over the course of today, we really haven't seen too many crazy plane paths in general. It's
just
been
Miramar, sort of.
Yeah.
The first one was pretty bad.
One? Yeah. Right.
The second one was kind of bad, but not really.
Interesting the way it's been shaking out. I was hoping for more bad.
It's been really basic.
Wait, what is it with you and coffee? I forget exactly how this thing goes.
15-18 сентября.
I'm drinking a latte today,
this is your
so maybe that's
coffee of the day, isn't
it's
it?
It's a latte. It's different. I don't know if it counts. Maybe it's only like Americanos or.
Is that what we got to get you for tomorrow? Get some bad juju
I'll try
going?
Americanos tomorrow.
All right, let's do it. We'll test the theory.
А тебе ничего не дадут? Или ты открыл его в фоновом режиме? Ты открывал в этом Твиче на фоне? Да, я сейчас сделал.
It seems like they're probably just going to be gutting for vehicles over down there by Milta.
Yeah, I believe you're right. And I think Turkey got one, and so they're okay.
Yeah,
пока что Германия идет.
Oh my goodness.
There we go.
Okay,
ну, если Корея сейчас не возьмет, то это будет Габела. Нет, я имею в виду, что еще катки будут, по-любому. 2-3 дня играть.
Spicy if it doesn't just like hard shift one way or another on phase 2. We need a couple phases of bad.
We need a couple phases of bad.
Yeah.
I feel like this one's got to be like, what, 60-40 for the island, though, right? Would you say that?
I believe that's about right, yeah. Okay. Maybe 70-30, I'm not sure, but yeah, something around there. We'll see.
Denmark to be really happy with this one. I'm trying to think back at the team that landed in Novo.
У меня 0. Правильно. У тебя будет 0. Я-то смотрю на Твиче, вот этой, провожу стрим с Твича. Тебе нужно было, если ты через компьютер смотришь, Твич открыть в фоновом режиме, если ты зарегистрирован на Твиче, привязан, как этот, привязан крафтом к твоей учетке, потом только через 2 часа просмотра тебе начислят очки. Там не просто так, ты раз и все. Там нужны учетки на Твиче, и там, на крафтоне связать, получается, учетки, и тогда будет начисление.
And then you never know if the Milta team's just going to be jerks and camp the East Bridge.
No, they will be. Yeah, they almost certainly will be. If they get a good
circle for it. Раз забей большой толстый болт.
Look for bridge camps so far. Not really anybody yet, maybe.
I wonder.
I don't know. I can't tell. Nobody showed me their hand yet.
Чтобы Корея показала отличную игру.
We haven't really had any opportunity for any players to go for a bridge camp.
No. Germany can take boats safely.
Да, да там, в принципе, не такой сильно заморочка, но чтобы просто получить, на тебе надо минимум, вот, сколько со стрим идет. 4 часа, вот за 4, почти 5 часов, мне еще 20 дадут, и всего будет 30 епишек. Ну, типа, даже если я не выиграю в этом, у меня 30 епишек будет, я... Давай сейчас на секунду посмотрим, что я смогу получить. Просто интересно.
The other pier, the mini pier.
Ну, типа, за 30, если я ничего не выиграю, я могу максимум фрагменты 2 ключа взять, либо вот бабок ВРки 4000. Ну ты понимаешь, что это ни о чем. Вот если выиграю прогноз, то еще что-то смогу. А так смысла нету. Так что это так. Маленький приятный бонус. Вот если они 3 дня будут там все эти, получается за 3 дня по 30 тысяч, то тогда еще у тебя 90 тысяч. Да, еще что-то ты можешь получить. Ну, посмотрим, будет сейф или нет. Они все переезжают на этот, на Сосновку, что ли? Да.
Yeah, I mean, it just to me looks like they're not quite on the same page as a team yet in terms of like some of their like mid-game team fighting, I guess I would call it. Yeah. Looks like sometimes they kind of get lost in the sauce and they try to spread out too much and rely a little bit too much on that individual firepower you're talking about.
Да, да.
Especially the DMRs.
Конечно, брат,
They've been
конечно.
nasty with those today.
А если, кажется, ты прогноз узнаешь, там зачем-то 150, что ли? Ну, посмотрим, не знаю.
Let's see what they're gonna do as they crossed over
Даже
the
если
other
Корея,
side.
если она, я не
Made
помню,
landfall.
в
Germany
топ
now, the
заходит,
rest of
какой
them
что-то
going to be
дадут.
joining its Chris.
Если я не ошибаюсь.
I
Ну,
guess Germany
посмотрим.
just
Не
concerned
помню.
enough that somebody was gonna try to fortify. Every once in a while, a team will reach out to that western edge and try to block the Prim team. So you got to be careful of it. But it's Chris able to, you know, kind of figure out and identify. Now you got to be. I really hope they're going to keep these boats usable. You got to be careful of this.
Кстати, нормально так вот контент, если типа что-то смотреть вот так и общаться, комментировать что-нибудь? Интересно? Вот эти Кореи. Ну боже, ну -1, ну он разве не думает, ну куда он едет мимо общак? Ну они же заняты, ну зачем так в Open ехать? -1 Корея, просто -1. Ну это вообще не понимаю я этого. Зачем? Как в Open ехать? Ну объедь ты правее, объедь ты школу как-то, не знаю. Едешь в Open прям. Просто до свидания, -1.
It's unfortunate.
I think maybe they don't expect that team to be staying there as long as they did.
Теперь пацанам будет, да, тяжеловато троем. Отставил команду по полной. На последнем-то решающем матче, ну, в первый день. Просто ботинок.
Already, you know, you're kind of now you're playing that game of like, when can I use my emergency pickup? Because there's like a timer on them, right? And so like, well, okay, first one is going to be this team. Okay, it's going to be Thailand first.
I never really paid attention to the physics of exactly how this is happening, but it's so, if you think about it, so
Просто представляешь, какой он минус сделал для команды сейчас? Очень. Не очень. Очень не очень.
Straight on into that thing.
The force of being yanked up that
Мост закрыли уже.
Rip your spine out.
Oh man.
But hey, it's fun in this game. So
it's really fun, yeah.
I love emergency pickups. I use them all the time. They're great. I love them in this game. I love them in esports.
But I feel like you never really get to appreciate them when you're using them in game. It's only when you have an observing client like this that's actually catching all the different elements coming into the play with the helicopter coming in and snatching up that rope and then just the tether yeeting you off the floor.
That's actually true. It is. You don't really appreciate how ridiculous it looks until you see it happen like close
up.
It's
stupendous. I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it so much.
But in terms of usability and what it brings to the game, love having it.
Oh yeah, it's so much fun. I mean, it's a game. It doesn't have to be realistic. We can have some fun with it.
Yeah, and it opens up, you know, more things for the teams to do in terms of rotations. It lessens the badness of these like really hard shifted circles early. Like you're able to recover a lot better. So that's what I really like about it. In terms of, especially for the esports. Oh my God, be careful. Whoa. I have been there where I have thought I could turn the boat.
А почему они мышки? Они закрывают, правильно тактически делают. Есть, ну просто здесь очень скилловые ребята. Да, он заехал. Нормально. Просто на УАЗике заехал, хорош. Просто мост, видишь, максимально все будут улетать, плыть, уезжать.
Excellent observing job to catch that too, right?
That's so good.
All right, so Thailand landing.
Oh no.
О. Ну, все, ему было. Вот надо было ему наоборот вверх. О. Надо было не так делать. Ой-ой-ой, минус 3. Да, я же говорю, пару дней будет.
Thought about sticking their ass, had to pull off, but those grenades are dangerously close, and Puchil's probably done. That's right next to him. It's gone.
Да, до свидания.
Thailand, who had been so
Таиланд.
good with those emergency
Таиланд,
pickups
понял.
at PGS2, not really able to find value with it here in match 6.
Бразилия в зоне. О, что он делает? О, они очень далеко же.
Well, what do you think?
Офигеть.
What's your bet?
Ну что, куда скипнет? Куда скипнет зона? Ну, сосновка. О, все. Сюда. 90 Корея не вижу.
I predicted teams, and I certainly did not predict Germany, Argentina, and Brazil. So I'm losing that one.
I think it was a fantasy thing.
Was it a fantasy thing?
I think it's like for the entire event, if I remember. So we're nowhere near having to worry about that.
I'm already worried.
No, not like this. Not like this.
Oh, they're all rotating on foot.
Oh no.
That's a tough angle there for Brazil, but still.
This isn't even like.
Ну, я бы это все толпой бы сейчас стрелял бы.
Unfortunate.
Disrespectful.
No.
I know. It really isn't. But I certainly, if they open fire, it's going to feel like it for India.
Yeah, no. They absolutely should. Oh. Yep, they just waited for someone to start healing and then cut them down to size. I feel bad for India on this one. This is just
it's painful.
You don't expect that.
It is very painful. And I mean, for a day that's already not gone their way, 6 points in total on the board, to get caught out like that and lose at least 2 players, just dreadful. Now China coming in, they are dropping in a very safe location actually, all the way down here in the south.
Все, сейчас все сразу. По кемпам максимально. Ой, Индию поймали просто на ошибке вообще.
That's awesome for China. I mean, that's a really good find. Haven.
Хорошая, кажется. Вот это хорошая полетела. Я же говорю, хорошая. И вторая туда же. Боже, что они в зоне новорепки делают? Сосновка и новорепка. Следующее, заезжайте. Локи, Корея как раз. И Австрия.
Make it through to Novo. They have to do the same kind of run. I don't know if there's any vehicles in any of the garages. I have to assume not. I have to assume that India checked the garages.
Если Корея Австрию не закрывает, то все габелла будет.
I have to hope.
Well, Brazil finally finished cleaning up India, so you got to think that it's going to be off their radar, looking for another team. Maybe if India bogged them down for another minute, they would catch one of Canada.
Кто первый получит инфу о движении, тот и этот. Она тоже чекает. Канада уезжает. Приехали, заехали, уехали. Нормально. Корея лодку нашла.
You could probably put a boat on the ferry if you tried really hard.
You probably could, yeah. Find a launching pad of some sort.
I
think it's got to be some angle.
Так интересно, когда все стягивается, да?
I bet.
Нормально. Кто там утонул? А, он Карл. Думаю, что за фигня, лодка что ли утонула? Ой-ой-ой, это пошла зона.
I don't know if Korea knows they're there.
Yeah, I don't know if that's
because they're. This is dangerous for Korea.
Ну давай, братан, у вас сзади еще сейчас люди сейчас будут вас высаживать. Нет, далеко, далеко. Нормально. Берег, вверх. Все, эти, кажется, увидели. Но эти будут по-любому корабль ждать. На берег, который они будут высаживаться, в принципе, людей нет. О, лодку, смотри, нифига себе. Что за прикол? Они смогут? Да, смогут, смотри. Вообще ништяк. Да. Не, нормально. Let's go, парни, сюда. Ой-ой-ой. Птичку сейчас и высадят. Нормально. Третий сет забрал. А что у него там в руке? Не понимаю, не увидел. Мост интересно еще посмотреть, как будет закрывать.
It is kind of situational in esports because of the windup. Korea's going to make massively long rotation, but Canada's kind of angling in that same direction.
Oh, yeah, and USA is also in the houses.
They turned. They're going to maybe try to make a play for the four square that China's in.
Yeah, I like that move a little bit more, but regardless of the way that Korea decides to go, it's going to be an uphill battle trying to get into these compounds. It is not quite forgiving. Something side of these maps, man. They're braver than me.
The rocks are slippery.
Yeah.
It's tough to get up there sometimes. You can do it.
They're sharp too. You can take damage on them. Well, not really, but
they're
dangerous.
If you fall funny, yeah, you totally can.
All right, so Canada
А здесь уже транспорта нет. Лодочек.
I think from USA trying to shell them there from the houses.
А, это они в зоне, они левую сторону забрали, я понял. В эту сторону берега кружили корейцы как раз. Могут приехать в гости. Сейчас все займут позиции, начнется жара.
Australia. Well, this is maybe not going to be fun for them. And by maybe I mean most likely.
Что, один голос только? Два голоса, понял.
Kyle's lucky that was an headshot, but he prones. I think he, okay, just barely.
Видит его. Ой, надо попадать.
Maybe I'll get lucky with the bullet drop and it'll clip him.
Прям нужно было попадать.
Can't actually land one bullet on him healing, but India finally eliminated there by Argentina.
Oh, okay, some really good shots here.
Высадили.
Tiggleton and Waikakamugao going to combine for one knock on It's Chris. Cole trying to do something, but he's going to get backed off as well. All right, Australia has a window. Let's see if they can crawl through it.
Oh, and the circle's very favorable for them too. If Australia is able to win this engagement here against Germany,
четвертая фаза, это уже серьезно.
They've got to do a little bit more damage to Germany, though. Germany now has kind of found the opportunity to stabilize and start putting some serious hurt down onto Australia, and they're not able to fire back.
Nice line of smokes, providing Australia with some wiggle room here, but oh, Tiggleton just takes too much damage. Broke the mini 14, and blue finally knocks him.
Yeah. Oh, Luke just barely able to get in there.
Просто от зоны.
Oh, now a knock from Waikakamugao onto It's Chris.
Как он на него перевелся? Видели быстро? Видели? Хопа на него. Все, до свидания, да? Вот он Тиглтон.
Minute now, very low on HP. Show pops out of the house, gets another knock.
Ой.
And Canada getting mopped up.
Корея подтягивается.
Korea is going to use this as an opportunity to come in from the coast.
That's huge. There's even one knock here. If Korea is going to get this done, Show finds the grenade.
Блин, сейчас Корея могла делать киллов вообще нормально. Ой, что ты творишь?
Heaven takes a bunch of damage, has to get back inside to safety. Show, who's been absolutely magic right now. And Onyx out in the open. Aches left actually going to find the knock. Heaven trying to press space, trying to push forward. Going to spray up and over. Got the knock in front of him. Thought about going for the flush. Instead hits a heady. This looking pretty decent for Korea.
Haven't got the heady, but not knocked there on Show. As Show, I think, has a level 3. Helm was able to take that one. Long score very low. It's all up to Show. Will he be able to make magic happen here? Korea's trying to close in. Show 9 bullets in the AUG is going to reload. He switches to the shotgun as well.
Надо разрезаться.
Turkey got a mortar knock off screen. Here it is.
Опять.
We got a couple of them.
Yeah, right on top of Chinese Taipei. They've got the
О, почти
distance
попал.
decently dialed in. And Rybox actually is going to steal that knock. Well,
I think that one might have actually done some damage there.
Dude, Rybox is just clicking. Oh my God, Argentina's just wrecking them.
Блин, за малым очень все рядом.
Not good right now.
Ой, Чина там Корею нокнул.
Show behind all of this was able to get a finish there onto Anonix.
А, он нокнутого доел.
Korea actually trying to piece out of that position. We just get the tail end here of Heaven trying
Вот
to
теперь
escape.
Корея
Show
опять.
somehow miraculously able to hold on, the last man standing for Team China. But he racked
Но...
up so many kills. I think
О, боже мой, двоих забрал.
5 there for Show when all is said and done.
He's still alive.
Yeah.
Все, до свидания
He's
называется.
stuck though in the blue, and USA is keenly aware of it.
Kickstart tag.
Идет, идет.
Vard though, gonna set Hemas down. Now the other players from Vietnam, I don't know what you're doing on that angle. Oh my God, how did you win that?
Плохо Корея, конечно, подпушила.
I thought you were dead to rights.
Chloe's had some really good sprays so far today. Now we have Kowo from Germany trying to find the angle through soft cover onto Japan. He's on this rooftop. Teammates from Japan, Pure Boy and Kane, are trying to close the distance here and find some angle on Kowo to give their partner some company, but
Корея уехала вообще.
Japan's got to clear this right now. While Germany's
Куда поехал? Зачем поехал?
Heaven just praying for some safety somewhere. Well, that Wizard's open.
Oh, he's setting it.
Car's on fire, though. He's got to get out right now.
Yeah, he's got to bail. Oh, that car.
Nope.
Rexco with a headshot
Боже, ему в голову дали.
able to get the heavy.
Все, минус Корея.
South Korea eliminated. They'll have 49 points in total on the day.
Not bad at all.
But Germany still in first place with all 4 players alive.
Yeah, but on the bad side of the circle, at a nearly impossible rotation to make after this. So, you know, if they can clean up Japan here, Japan is just flanking too far. They gave Germany too much time. And, okay, they might still win it.
It's a 2v4, by the way. Germany's working with a 2-2 split right now. Breaks through and Miko all the way in. What a nade from its Chris. Is able to catch Runox on the tree. He's going to go in for another one.
He's just fishing for him. So smart with the way he angles it. Oh, nasty. He should have him dead to rights here.
Yeah, what a flick on a Kane.
Yeah.
Goes for the flush. Finally able to get him. And it's Chris just manning down the fort, giving time for Mika to come in. Eventually he does get knocked there, but no, he got more than enough done.
And Imhak, the only one left for Japan, scrambling to try to find some semblance of safety. There is none, my friend. There are a bunch of teams out ahead of you, and there is little to no cover as you get closer to the bottom of this hill.
2-2, да?
There's a few trees and a few rocks, but yep.
He had the angle.
Yep.
So Germany's going to lose the left side of their 2-2 split. It's just going to be Breako.
Давай, Север, давай, спасибо, что смотрел. Пока.
Still sitting in second place. I'm sure they're watching that kill feed and feeling very happy that Germany's losing some manpower now.
Еще 2 дня есть, не переживай.
Pick up another win or at least another big game. Might be able to pass them before all is said and done today.
Yeah, right? Savior scrambling. They know. Did they run past him? No, he saw him. Okay. Ali. Doing a good job there. I thought for a moment they were going to bypass him.
Yeah.
No.
Rip. Show, you had a great game, though.
Китайцы дали.
That was a ton of kills that Show was able to pick up.
He salvaged a lot of points for China there.
Okay, let's see where this circle goes. It's going to center up right on Argentina. Nice position here for Turkey as well.
Yeah. Turkey really has the opportunity here to kind of salvage at least something out of the day.
Yeah, they got 4 men up. It's been kind of quiet, only 1 kill in total. Got to be feeling really good about this one.
Yeah, and like I was talking about earlier, Germany, just nothing to do when you get down that hill, especially since they don't have any vehicles to really use. It's
Что, опять Аргентина с американцами будет? Да, не Бразилия тут же недалеко. Нормально.
High ground's great, till it's not. And it's really bad, really fast.
High ground is good unless you actually need to come down off of it. As soon as you need to come downhill, it can become very treacherous very quickly.
If there are trees, it's not so
Турки-то
bad.
еще живые.
Right, but
there aren't.
This location is kind of similar to where the previous Erangel circle ended in that there really isn't a lot of tree cover.
Exactly.
These 2 sections of the map.
Yep. So let's see what the last player for Germany can do, if anything. Everybody else is just going to bunker down, hunker, you know, whatever they can
I think it's actually Kickstart that was able to find him.
Yeah.
But Kino gets the final kill. It's hard to tell with these colors.
Yeah, it is a little bit tricky sometimes. A few of the colors are a bit similar on the map. USA has to make this run to the fence. Probably try to take the edge of the fence that's in and try to lock that down is about all they can do for now. Maybe if they can find a knock into Vietnam, they can swing into the plains that direction. We'll see.
I like that idea here for USA. A lot of smokes on the ground.
That's their grenade, okay. For a second there, I'm like, that grenade could be disastrous for USA, but no, it's just there. It's just clearing out the other side of the fence.
Brazil's doing the same thing right next to him, Paper Thin.
They should. Oh, they're getting cut across the street, cut down across the street, though. That blue zone grenade's just a bit too late to do anything.
Yeah. Denmark has a good read on Brazil making this transfer. Oh, big flash here on Avidi. USA is keenly aware of what's going on. That's me, Shrimzy and H1 picking up a knock and a kill. As Brazil is just being turned into mincemeat right now.
Well, Sparking, though, got a couple kills. Can he do any more? This guy at times can be absolutely electric, but he's, I mean...
Oh, Shrimzy's on fire.
Oh, Shrimzy's on fire.
Okay.
Not in a good way.
Well, he is on fire in both ways, really.
Sometimes, yeah. But right now, not in the good way. H-Win trying to find... I don't know if he can squeeze
the door.
He
can't get in!
Oh, no.
That's got to be painful.
Yeah. Look at him. He's trying to deny the point to Sparking.
I mean, there is a world where Shrimzy's able to save him.
But he bought time. That's what's important there. Is he bought time for that res to be guaranteed to be finished. This is risky for Sparking.
Oh, they just barely don't have an angle by that window.
You have 3 frag Shrims. Just underhand went out that window and Brazil's down.
I'm surprised he didn't go for it. Said it's going to be Sparking throwing a frag. Does make it through the window. Not able to find anybody, though.
Oh, that's smart. Using that folding shield to prevent grenade angles. That's really smart.
All right, Brazil coming in once again for the side. Kickstart with a perfect angle through the window of the U.S. is able to get one. Sparking, they know exactly where he is. Kickstart's going to push that position, catches them throwing the nade. They get cleaned up. Brazil eliminated here.
Good job by America. Really making sure that they don't give Brazil too much hope. A little bit from Sparking, but not quite enough. Grenade there. I don't think it's going to catch much damage, but the shots from Beamy get Emic. Now, LA and DraftKings trying to do what they can.
Klib pushed so far forward on this one. He's been going with another frag grenade here in Argentina. Actually from Turkey. Schofield gets the knock.
Oh my god, these grenades just not quite bouncing in Denmark's favor. They're getting ripped apart by Vietnam now.
Yeah, all eyes are on them. DraftKings, a lone player alive. You know, trying to make his way in. Does get knocked there by Clories. As Vietnam just seems to have the perfect sightline from the airplanes on this. Even Dukju with the car rotating forward.
Yeah, well, Clories watching this fight.
Вы понимаете, о чем говорю?
Absolutely happy to just lay damage down. Turkey now has to defend against USA. It's been a rough go for Turkey. Can their fortunes turn around? Stuns abound. Angles found.
Oh, Shrimzy's gonna have a perfect angle on this. US able to find it. Actually, Kickstart comes through with a Groza, gets 2 knocks. And Turkey quickly dispatched there by the Americans.
Whoa, just barely. Shrimzy able to get to safety. One hit would have put him on his knees, but he gets there. Kickstart absolutely nasty with a Groza in his hands. Better believe that guy can put down some hurt. Gustav on the bad side of things. Barely in the circle, so he's safe for now, but what does it matter? Oh, Beamy. Oh, Beamy's got behind him. I don't know if they know.
Denmark's got an insane split. Beamy's gonna come out the top, immediately finds Shrimzy. Sprays him down, it's good, gets a lot of body damage. Only one player standing left. That nade under the US gets him. Beamy picks up 2, and Denmark suddenly goes from having a very precarious position with this 1-1 split to a solid one, and pick up a lot of points in the process as well.
What a beautiful play there from Beamy. Absolutely just perfect timing, perfect execution. Grenades there aren't gonna get underneath that downed APC. Nothing you can do about it. It's just, oh god, how did he survive that?
He's 1H.
That air burst almost took him down.
Literally 1H was DraftKings.
Well, Vietnam might be closing out the day ahead of a bunch of teams.
They already have 14 kills on the day, looking to make it more.
Look at how much this leaderboard is going to change after this game. Teams like Korea, who are up at the top all day, Brazil sliding down quite a bit because of these strong finishes that these other teams are having.
We're gonna have so many teams cresting 50 points. Flory's absolutely popping off. Gets the finish there on Gustav. Vietnam with 15 kills in total.
This is the Vietnam we're all looking for. The Vietnam we were all expecting. And now pinned in this spot as DraftKings. There's just not a lot he can do. He can go for the flush. That's about his best hope. He doesn't have any utility to clean it up though, so it's gonna have to be an up and over. And right now, Duck Juice is able to get behind. Beamy's beaming.
He's trying to make something happen. Already has 3 kills, trying to find more. If Duck Juice does bleed out, which it looks like he will, it's going to be a 2v1v1 with Vietnam holding on to the east side, drafting on the north, Beamy holding this rock on the left. Now looking at the utility, not a lot to be found on any of these players. Not a lot of smokes, not a lot of frags. In the center of this field, it's quite barren. There isn't a lot of cover to be found, as we see from Beamy's perspective right here. But eventually these players are going to have to start working from the fringes of this circle into the center. And that's when this becomes a very dangerous situation.
Okay, that's... Himas, you are insane. I think he's like trying to... I don't know. I don't know about this. I don't think this was the right play here. He should have just either dove, because now he's stuck on very low health right at the edge of the circle. And DraftKings gets the knock on to Clory's. Vietnam had a win in sight, but it might get taken away. But Beamy out in the blue. He's done.
It's a 1v1 right now. And DraftKings is able to pick it up for Team Argentina.
Офигеть, хорош! Что творит?
First place, and what a way to
Нормально.
Team Argentina, the first team to eclipse 60
Как он жил? Вот
points.
это красиво было. Это, я не знаю, это просто пушка, пушка.
Crazy stuff here at the end
Вытащил
of the day. That was a
команды,
wild
хорош.
finish. Yes, Vietnam put up huge kill points, but Argentina
Он потел.
able to sneak out a win underneath the noses of Denmark and Vietnam. Absolutely crazy stuff there from DraftKings.
That was just phenomenal. I mean, DraftKings, we thought at some time that he was dead to rights with his position over there in the north. He had very little cover to work with, but he was able to just weasel his way into the perfect opportunity. And he wins the 1v1 against Vietnam, secures the second win in a row for Team Argentina, and they finish the day with 21 kills, if I'm not mistaken, on Erangel. Back-to-back wins, and climb all the way into first place.
Argentina.
What a show.
Yeah, just ridiculous stuff here at Erangel. Dominating this map is Argentina.
2 раза подряд, кстати, она тут
Love to see it.
забрала. Да.
Firmly in control of that first place spot now, going into day number 2. Just heroics abounding, Rybox, DraftKings.
Аргентина, Германия, потом Корея, кажется, была. Или американцы сейчас стали. 3-е место. Сейчас покажут. Хорош он в конце, молодец. Правильно выждал время.
Catapulting themselves up into the standings, back into contention, back into the form that everyone came into today expecting Vietnam to be at. They finally brought it here at map number 6.
Все, сворачивается, пацаны.
And Paper Thin, heading into tomorrow, it's going to be crazy heated. We have so many teams in contention at the top.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, you know, finally, Vietnam coming alive. Denmark just had a great, solid day all around. Really tremendous stuff from them on their first showing ever.
Концовка сильная была. Интересно было смотреть.
Korea strong throughout most of the day, but not really quite strong enough to stay at the top of the leaderboard consistently. Brazil had a great start to the day, finished out decently. Nothing to be ashamed of there. A lot of teams absolutely still in this. And oh God, I love what we're seeing from Argentina. Just absolutely thrilled.
Yeah, that was a win that by no rights should they have had, but through just sheer clutch play, able to make some magic happen.
Здесь скорее просто
and also this hold by show was pretty incredible.
This was
игру,
dumb.
конечно.
This is just showtime.
Пушили пацанов, что-то не допушили.
I mean, there was a reason we talked about him all the time before he retired, because he was so darn good. He hasn't really lost a step. And America here, great push, great defense. really did what they could from a tricky position to make the most out of it, in my opinion.
Now think back on them having to cross the street here through basically no man's land. They tunnel through with the smokes and then they win multiple team fights to get themselves in contention for the top 4. Just really tremendous stuff. They had an uphill battle and they did not shy away from it. They were able to man up and make it happen. Unfortunately for them, some clutch nades from Beamy spelled the end of their day, but and what a show all around, and what a fantastic
ну там одна
match to close
тычка,
things out on
но он
here,
просто
match number
вовремя,
6.
этот
I mean,
зон
that was just a
откинулся,
stellar
и вот одна
performance from so
тычка,
many different teams,
пум, есть.
so many players in Argentina going back-to-back in Erangel in heroic fashion. A great show.
Yeah, exactly. Even though Vietnam comes out with the most total points,
Ого, Вьетнам
still,
21 килл сделал в этой катке,
the big story of
красавчики.
Erangel was that team for sure. USA having a really strong finish to the day. A little bit of a rough start, but they picked it up very quickly. 1 point game for a couple of those teams.
Молодцы,
4 teams
21
with
килл
0
сделали.
points there. Australia
Сильно.
really just struggling to find their footing again here at
Нет, килл
PNC.
15, тотал
I thought maybe this
21
time
получается.
this would be their year. I really had high hopes, so hoping that Australia can bounce back, but they had a rough go of it. I mean, they got blockaded by Korea on the one end, and then Germany on the other end. There's not
Давай
much
мне
space for
общую
them to work
таблицу.
with.
There's a lot of PUBG left to be played.
Yeah.
We're only 1/3 of the way through this tournament, but man of the match, the Draft King, for his heroic performance, able to clutch that one out at the very end. Only 289 damage, but he got the kills when it mattered the most. Was able to deliver the 2nd victory in a row on Erangel for his team.
I love the way he played that. I mean, just so patient. Knew he had a little bit of extra cover compared to Vietnam in some ways, but I'm not trying to think about what Vietnam maybe could have done better. I mean, maybe you could go for 2 in that Dacia. Maybe you can swing it in front of that terrain to block yourself. I think there's better options. I think they just
Да,
panicked a little
Аргентина,
bit.
Германия, США,
But still, a
Корея,
good finish overall for Vietnam. Shoots up to 6th place.
Денмарк,
Brazil all the
Дания.
way down to 7th now. A little bit of a rough go of it at the end of the day, but still look at how close these points are, State.
Yeah, they're in striking distance for sure. Top 7 is all so close.
Нормально,
Argentina only
нормально.
leading by 6 points over Germany, and then
Красавчики.
USA, South Korea,
Бразилия тоже
Denmark,
хорошо
Vietnam, and
играет.
Brazil right
Да, на
behind them.
7-й
And
сместилась.
it only takes a couple of big games for teams like the reigning champs, the UK, to come back tomorrow and start to make this really a show heading into the final day number 3. And honestly, this is what I want to see the most out of these teams is close performances, a competitive leaderboard, not one team running away with this, everyone vying for a championship. It's so much fun.
Exactly. No, I mean, it's a great day. I mean, 6 teams with 30 kills or more. Really, just everybody's giving it their all, playing mostly really good PUBG, so you can't complain at all about what you saw today. It was really good stuff. Really exciting to see a couple
Не
of our
знаю, что они там будут дальше хайлайты показывать свои. Скорее всего, это уже не интересно. Так. Что там дали, нам не дали? События. Вообще должны были? Или я получить не сделал? Так нет, сделал, все нормально. По идее, должны были дать. Не дали. Офигели, что ли? Ладно, потом обновят, наверное. Так, чё? Закончить стримчик. А потом побегать чуть-чуть. Надо бы позарить. Я не знаю, что сегодня продолжу, не продолжу. По поводу стрима. Фиг его знает, ребят. Как оно там, что оно. Странно, почему пипишек не дали. Должны были дать 10, дали 20 еще должны быть. Кинули. Да, вот расписание матча 15-16-17. Так что все еще в руках. Ну, я пока вот так сделал. Ну, Чина это сразу минус. А так, да, Аргентина фигачит нормально, Германия фигачит. Вот они, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Вот парни пятером нормально фигачат. Молодцы, короче. Уф. ладно, что, давайте этот стримчик мы закроем, а там посмотрим, может быть, еще подрублю. Всем большое спасибо, кто присутствовал.